I'm going out to place. Going out to place. Yes, Kolshoshu. We're going out. We're gonna make money all day long. I want this money grind over so I can do things. I want this money grind over. I'm gonna hard try today. Chop, chop, chop. Did we get in? No, you're not in. No, you're not in. Go back in. I'm sick of walking to the stupid maze. I'm gonna go watch it right now. Let's go look at Resident Evil live action. Resident Evil 1 live action funny, right? There's some funny stuff. There's some funny stuff. Yeah, they go hard. During Legacy. Wait, what do you mean short videos? I don't want short videos. Go to YouTube. Why don't you just go to YouTube? Don't you guys own each other now or whatever? Just go immediately to YouTube or whatever. You're done. Okay, whatever. You're not doing this. The voice acting horror 10-minute cut. Oh man, not the voice acting, live action. This is so good. This stuff. Oh my god. Do it. Ninja Gaiden Black is hard. Is the best pure action game, right?
If you were to ask me, but the true value of essence comes from the fact that if you start to charge Ryu's ultimate attack, while there's essence around, Ryu will suck it in and instantly charge the attack. If it lands, you get a much larger orb of essence with several times the amount of currency. But if it doesn't land, then you lose that essence. You can even hold down the block button to make it so that Ryu doesn't pick up any essence, which lets you maneuver around.
Why don't they make good combat anymore? Look at this game from 15 years ago that's got better combat than fucking New World or whatever.
Try to find the best timing and opportunity to use your ultimate technique.
See, look at this shit. He looks dope. It's like a real action game, you know?
To learn about how to use roll jumps to time quick charge ultimate attacks.
Yeah, look, this shit is dope.
How to use shurikens to cancel the recovery animations of your attacks and restart combos quickly, how to use your counterattacks to knock down enemies for a free flying swallow, and the well just keeps on going deeper and deeper. This dance is something that's so wholly unique to Ninja Gaiden. Nothing before or since has a combat system quite like it, especially...
No, I don't think so, no. Maybe Metal Gear Solid Revengeance.
When you mix in Ryu's many movement options, the various weapons he can use...
This game is so hard.
And his ranged weapon options. You can hop on enemy heads, run up walls, run across walls, cancel jumps...
Look at the shit you have to do to stay alive.
Evasive rolls.
They want you to, like, be in the flow state and keep moving, or you just instant die.
Use smoke bombs to lower an enemy's defense.
Look at your health bar, and it is a serious health bar, too. It means something. That health bar means something. If you get hit, it's a serious thing.
And it all leads to a style of combat that's very dynamic, frenetic, and always feels fresh because there are so many different effective
Yeah, there's always so much shit going on that it just feels like an action movie.
You have to deal with enemies. And there needs to be, because the enemies in Ninja Gaiden Black are among the most ferocious you'll ever face.
Yeah, they are, I would say. They're like some of the hardest goddamn AI I've ever faced in my fucking life. Look how hard that fucking game
Brings
is.
us to point number 2.
I want to go master this game. It's like got better combat than New World. Yeah, these guys don't fuck around. They just kill you. Like, see it?
Enemy AI is a key reason why its combat remains.
Yeah, Dark Souls, I don't think it like was even remotely hard compared to this game.
So fresh, challenging, and fun even all these years later. To illustrate what makes it so unique...
You mean fun? Like as he gets two-shot? Yeah, it's so fun.
Let's take a look at some basic enemy AI from other action games.
And then compare it to these guys. Yeah, these guys are no joke.
Now Rising, these basic enemies from early on in the game slowly circle around Raiden.
Yeah, they're just pussies.
Life once you
these guys are not like that.
Attacking, countering blows, dodging attacks, but they don't typically push the action. Devil May Cry enemies do press the action, but for the most part, their more basic enemies are fairly straightforward.
Devil May Cry wasn't that hard.
Offense, having a limited set of very...
It was hard, but it wasn't that hard.
Attacks. Now, Let's look at Ninja Gaiden Black.
They're still like throwing shurikens. You see it? I remember this room. This room kicked my ass. I hated this room. I hated this room. This room pissed me off so bad. I would show you know how I beat this? I remember how I beat this room. This room is so fucking fucked up. This is like one of the hardest parts in the game. You go up the wall and you wall jump this whole thing. See it? You fight them down here until you knock the white guy on the ground, and then you wall run up and run this whole corridor up here. They can't hit you up there beyond the shurikens. So if you're running in like a whole circle thing in the upper, you can drop down and strike downwards. And it works, but it took me a long time to fucking figure it out. Yeah, I hate this room. This is one of the hardest rooms in video games. Do you see it? Like, these guys don't fuck around. They're worse than Dark Souls.
Endless is a good word for it, right? They're constantly jumping all over.
Yeah, they don't stop. See it? They don't stop. They're way worse than Dark Souls. They don't respect you at all.
Dashing in, peppering you from a distance. They'll grab you.
And then, like, yeah, these guys are no joke. Like, this is like the worst AI I remember that I can remember.
Even at the early stages, there's just an added level of intensity from the enemies.
Yeah, you lose. You lose a lot. You like lose when you play this game because they're just like, you're not ready.
Now,
you're not actually a ninja. You're not really. Not until you play it a lot. This in the background all the time. In the background all the time, I'm aware that there's gamers on the planet that are super good at Sifu, is super good at this game, that would raffle stomp me all the time. I'm aware of it. I think what makes me a good gamer is the gamer sense, the ability to lead, the ability to hustle and flow no matter where the fuck I am, no matter what it is, to build an empire out of nothing no matter what game it is, especially if it's live service and all this other shit. I think these guys, I think they pride themselves on their personal skill. That's not something I would ever say is something I've ever thought was very valuable to me. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I don't really value mastering this game. I just value understanding that it can't beat me. And it took me a while. This game, I was like, this game can't beat me. And I was like, of all the games I've ever played, this one stood out in my mind as one of the few that will break you. There's a few. Like, Outward will absolutely break you. Outward will break you. If you aren't ready for whatever it is you're fighting, it'll just break you. It's designed to break you.
Way for action games to be.
There are times in Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain, or was it Phantom Limb? Excuse me, Phantom Limb. When if you're playing on extreme and you don't know the level, if you've never done it before, I would say it's impossible.
Variety is the spice of life, and the AI in Metal Gear Rising fits its very heavy combat.
Yeah, and Metal Gear, Metal Gear had good AI.
Just like how DMC5's more predictable fodder like
5 was not hard. I would say 2 was the harder one.
Enemies plays to
2 could be a surprisingly hard game.
Strengths by giving the player more opportunities to absolutely style.
5 was hard. 5 was genuinely fucking hard. DMC5 was when it got really genuinely hard, yeah.
On their enemies. Plus, there's plenty of excitement that comes from the mixing these basic enemies with the
by hard, I don't mean extreme. I mean like hard, but yeah.
For enemies that break these particular molds.
These things aren't extreme. I think of black being extreme.
That's it.
Like, do you see how it, like, if he stops at all, he's just dead.
And there's the hyper.
Yeah, so there's this whole hyper aggression flow that you have to go with.
Gaiden Black's enemies go well with the lightning fast pace of its combat and reuse mobility.
I love this game. I wonder if I could play it on mouse and keyboard
style. Even small fights against basic.
Will you sell me Ninja Gaiden Black? Let's go see. Log back into Mortal. Let's go see if they'll sell me Ninja Gaiden Black. That seems like a game that actually would be fun to like master. Ninja Gaiden Black. I'm sorry. I wanted to check Steam, I guess. Yeah, I want to check Steam. Steam.
Autopilot jumping.
$50. They know it. They know this is like a speedrunner special that where the people. This is back when Koei was really, really, really genuinely fucking good. Look, they used Unreal Engine 5. This oh wow, they redid they redid Ninja Gaiden Black and UE5. Wow.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
If I have 100 AKs in Rust, I should be able to shoot you with all 100 AKs all at once. Materia in the form of tweets. Yeah. I can't believe this. Are you full? Yeah, you're full. Now, get me back in. You keep logging me out. It's so annoying. I just want you to chop trees. Just chop trees, please. Wow. Oops. Yeah, I'm out of fire, but I can fix that. I guess I could process copper, but is it even worth it? Yeah, it is kind of good to compress it, I guess. I'll compress some of it, yeah. Yeah, get in. I am working a double today. I like the silence. I'm probably going to sit in silence all day and just grind MMOs and just talk. I don't really care. $40 early access. $40 for early access? Wait, this is an old... Oh, no, this is a really, really old article is why. I was like, wait, what? No, that... Yeah, well, of course, yeah, for launch, yeah. For launch, yeah. Okay, so go back. Let's look at video game videos all day. I'm going to work a double, and I'm just going to learn about video games and grind them. Wow, the biggest exploit ever. Let's listen to that. I guess I'm in an Arch Faldor mood.
So this is the strange story of one of the most powerful ever exploits in the history of World of
It's Warlock.
Warcraft. In the last few days, Blizzard accidentally turned tens of thousands of players into insanely powerful raid bosses, unleashing chaos, confusion.
When was this? Two months ago. and I missed
For
it.
a brief time, you could have over 2 billion health, more than a raid boss, and you could one-shot many bosses in the game. Yet few, if any, managed to realize
actually do it.
the full insane potential of this exploit.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Archvelder's
I
house.
love Archvelder. Why is this so fucking entertaining to me? It's so much more entertaining than all of Philip DeFranco combined. It's just so weird. Like, I actually really crave MMO news in this powerful, powerful way. I would watch and listen to it all day, and I would just deliver it to you like some kind of like Philip DeFranco or something like that. I really wish there was better MMO news like this that just like lets you know what's actually going on in the fucking games that I actually care about. I don't care about WoW, but I care about laughing at WoW. I care about laughing at WoW. I think it's very fun to make fun of WoW. I think it actually is. It's so fun to make fun of WoW. So let's make fun of WoW. Yeah. Let's chop some trees. How are we doing on weight? We're doing good. Is she getting lots of wood? Yep, she's getting lots of wood. That's all I require of them. Work, slaves. Shaw, shaw. Crack, crack.
With Archvelder and his amazing hacks.
Archvelder and his amazing hacks. Like 10 years ago, I watched him like 10 years ago, and he would just say it to like 200 people or something, like Archvelder and his amazing hacks. And I was like, that is the ballsiest thing I've ever heard anybody say on YouTube, really. Just full-blown admitting to the entire software community that you run a software channel around hacking Blizzard's fucking products. Now, I don't think he did it in the same style a lot of other people do it. They do it because they're like actively like trying to hurt people. I think he does it because it's hilarious. The comedic value of this. Some of the funniest shit out of WoW was Archvelder, actually.
Shortly after the Lunar Festival started on the 28th of January.
I care about this so much more than January 6th. Which is so dumb. But I care about this so much more than January 6th because I'm just not really a part of that, but I could be a part of this, you know? It's stupid. It's like I'll go wherever I'm included, I guess. You guys don't seem to include me in the American process. You just sort of like throw your little rebellions off there on the side or whatever. It's not really like a whole process or whatever. It's just you guys over there on the East Coast telling us what to do or whatever.
On the official forums, players logging in to discover that they had an amazing 2.147 billion health. This immediately generated a lot of paranoia amongst people whose characters had been glitched out about potentially being
being like stuck. Yeah, accusing those. This is the problem with exploits. Why I never ever touched them until it's been like 3 months. No, just kidding. Yeah, I'll touch them, but only after it's been like 3 months or something, and the company knows about it, and they don't care. And then they still just let it happen for months, sometimes years and years. They just don't care. They're like, no, we're not stopping this one, and you know that everyone around you is doing it except you. And that's occasionally I'll use like an exploit to kill some boss or something, or skip something. In FFXI, we would use wireframe to get around terrible Darkstar Topaz database problems having to do with Final Fantasy XI burned in a fire like 10 years ago in Japan, and so they don't have bottom line code, and so the database is just them trying to save the game, and so they don't have like the proper way to do Tenzen or whatever in their weird code database because it's a code database that they built themselves. So like, you know, trying to get around Tenzen the way that Squaresoft intended without Squaresoft's tools is actually really fucking hard to do the way that they designed it, and they probably did that on purpose too. And I think they designed Tenzen to stop private servers from going any further in COP than that. They didn't want private servers doing Absolute Virtue, which is the greatest boss in FFXI history, I think. So they tried to shut us out, but I mean, you can wireframe exploit on these fucking, like, all the fucking players do it too. All the players on the server, when they reach Tenzen, they wireframe exploit like they're told to by their raid leader or whatever, because they need to like get through this terrible part where there's a door that you can't pull a mob unless you look through the floor. You can't target the mob as DD, and you need to target it or it doesn't die, and you know, and it's just like, you know, and wireframe is it a door? Yeah, I think it's a door. Yeah, I don't remember Tenzen that well, but I believe it's a door. And that's an entire community of like 5,000 people in a community that's only about 5,000 people deep, like FFXI private server. That's a community of something like 2 to 5,000 people just full-blown cheating. But I mean, it's granted in the community because it's a private server and the database doesn't do that fight that well, so you just wireframe to get around it. That's what all the DD do. They wireframe so they can get their target like down. And that's unfortunate, but I mean, like, that sucks. Like, I mean, like, that's an exploit that thousands of people are using because they can't go on in the content if they don't. And that's a clear example of when sometimes people will do whatever they have to just to move on. I believe the first time that Encourage actually went down, I don't believe they exploited, or yeah, I think they did. They exploited like some pathing things so that the boss wouldn't one-shot their tank, I think, or something like that. I forget what they did, but they I believe they did exploit AQ to get around what in the community was generally seeded, and I believe that it did fall down this way. Even Blizzard conceded it, I believe. Blizzard conceded and nerfed the boss at the demand of the community because they were like, no, how the boss currently is, it is technically impossible to beat the boss. They were like, we wanted we wanted an encounter that was technically almost impossible for most of the world. That's what they wanted. That's what they strived for. But what they got was a slightly buggy encounter where the tank would get one shot because, I believe the boss was invincible. The boss was invincible, if I recall. Yeah.
An exploit. In fact, no one.
The boss is invincible most of the fight, and that's the problem with it, as I recall. And it was too glitchy with the way the numbers were numerating down. So Blizzard made their fix, and then suddenly, like, a third of the world got through AQ that they couldn't do before. But it was only still like a third of the world, so it didn't really jade anything that Blizzard wanted, which was they didn't want the whole world clearing AQ. They really didn't. So, like, so they, and I remember all of this stuff.
Apart from me, obviously, had any intention of doing this deliberately. It was entirely accidental. No one seemed to know what had happened, but I did.
He was the first
there was
one.
A very similar exploit which had allowed me to solo Orgrimmar some years back.
Yeah.
So
there's a warlock. The one that I remember is a warlock glitch where one of the warlock spells, and I don't even remember which one. I want to say Seed of Corruption or something like that. One of the warlock spells would just exponentially fucking explode when you had the proper conduit on, if I recall. It was like the proper conduit would cause the fucking, like, I believe it was Unstable Affliction or something, and it wasn't Unstable Affliction, it's Seed of Corruption. I think it was like Seed of Corruption would cause this crazy multiplier that never stops, so that warlock could pump out like 4 million damage at the start of, I want to say, BFA. You understand how deeply I know about this stuff? I can cite the exploit and the quotes. It's not because I'm an exploiter or a cheater or anything like that. It's because I hate the people that use them.
Method.
I hate the people that use this stuff. I hate them. Like, they always use this stuff. There's a whole community that follows him that uses all of his tricks, and they're always above us because they're always exploiting. It's fucking stupid. I hate that community. Now, I track what they do because it's hilarious. Most of it is really comedic. You can see it. This is him full-blown soloing the city of Orgrimmar and all the PvP players in it with this warlock buff on some kind of throwaway account, and he's trying to do this for the content, and he got the content. It is truly monumental to me. It's monumental that he managed to solo all of the PvPers in Orgrimmar. Can you see it? He's an alliance too. You think of Horde being the best players, but this is an alliance stomping Orgrimmar.
The Lunar Festival. There are.
I don't think any Horde stomped fucking Stormwind single-handedly. This is an alliance, full-blown stunning and killing all of Orgrimmar by themselves. This is all of Orgrimmar making crazy attempts to kill him and reporting him and all this crazy stuff. And like, and this, I mean, it is just a hacker, but I mean, it's not really a hacker. It's an exploit. Exploits are different. That means it's in the game because the developer doesn't know to change it.
Azeroth. Offering quests.
He didn't do any coding, he just did something in the game that tweaked his gear with a conduit. He just equipped the conduit to a piece of gear, and he was suddenly able to solo all of the players in Orgrimmar by himself.
quests which can be completed.
I remember all of this. I remember it because I hate it. I kind of hate it that people do this sort of thing, but they do. They do. As far back as I remember, since I was like day one of World of War, like, or even like Final Fantasy 11, there was people that were doing stuff like this that you would hear in the background. Like my friend Begon, he was kind of famous in our scene for running the fucking boss in is it like Githis the Vile or something? I forget the fucking name of it. It's some fucking boss in I want to say Dark Moon Cat and Dark Moon. No, not Dark Moon. It's a zone in TBC. Oh wow, this ring finally broke off my phone after 5 years. Look at this. Oh no, maybe it just unscrewed. Never mind. Oh, it did. It unscrewed. Never mind. So. Yeah.
By clicking on one. These quests award you a lucky
Now,
envelope,
the GM lets
which
him
awards
kill
you
the
either
entire town because they're like, well, he's not hacking. The GM has to be very careful. The GM's like, all he's done is put a fucking conduit into the gear. We've got to hotfix that. But the GM can't ban him. Because all he did was equip something that's in the game that he got legitimately to a piece of gear that he got legitimately and used it because Blizzard's goddamn stupid to wipe the entire fucking... Blizzard is stupid. It's one of the reasons why I don't fucking respect them is because it's stupid like stuff like this. And he used it to wipe the entire city of Orgrimmar by himself. Now, I don't find that impressive. I don't find any of it impressive except for the comedic value of it, which is pure gold. Some dude stomping 3,000 people in a PvP city. You think you're good in Rust because you can like catch a 1v8 or something like that? This guy caught a 1v3000 and I'm capable of doing the same. I could do the same things this guy's doing. I know all kinds of crazy tricks that I doubt this guy knows. I'm dead serious too. I know a whole bunch of nasty tricks. Like for instance, there's a place in TBC where you can farm something that is basically the best mat in WoW history for just unlimited gold. I get so bored of it I wouldn't do it anymore, but I mean, it is unlimited gold. It's fucking unlimited gold. It's an item that everybody wants. It's pretty much like one of the most coveted items in WoW. I'm not going to say what the fuck it is, but it's been like that since TBC. And I've known it forever. I've known it forever. Everybody from that era knows it. And we all know what you can do to make that money. And the RMT around it was off the fuck crazy to the point where like I stopped even worrying about like farming the item. I just started killing anybody who was RMTing it, you know? And, God damn it, I can't get this ring back on my phone. It might have stripped actually. Oh. Did I lose the ring on my phone? If I did, I'm just going to take the whole fucking coin off the back of it and get a new one. I need the ring on my phone. God damn it, no. The ring on my phone fucking broke. Damn it. The rings on the phone aren't supposed to broke. They're supposed to be super fucking sturdy. I mean, I did put 5 years of drunken fiddling like a fucking fidget spinner on this thing, I guess. So, yeah, it fucking broke. Something about rings. I don't know. I've got bad ring energy or whatever. This crappy ring. Whatever.
Or a lucky rocket cluster.
So there's several items. There's a classic item that feeds a particular enchant that the rogues use for twinking. In classic, any good WoW player from classic will know this. It's +4 enchant to one hand. So you go on down there, and I abused this for something like 13 years. I just didn't do anything else for money. I just went on down there and I farmed Essence of Air from Cyclones in Silithus. Now, you might think, oh, that you're just talking about farming something. But no, they paid out 275 gold for every essence of fucking air. There were periods in WoW's history when you could just fly around Silithus and kill the fucking Cyclones directly. You wouldn't even have to, like, ride a mount to do it. And you could just sell those bitches from between 270 gold to, like, 270, probably 2,700 gold, something like that. And then that's always been like that. It's never, ever deflated. stupid. It's never ever, people don't want to go farm it because it's in a piece of shit old fucking zone that nobody wants to go to anymore. There's no content related to it, and it's a one-shot mob that kills and drops something really fucking valuable. But that Twink special for +7 to 2-hand and +4 to 1-hand on classic characters for like the 19 level Twink bracket, if you go and sell those Essence of Air, I've done it my entire WoW career. I did it even I would have done it in Classic if I could ever stand to get past level 42 in Classic anymore, but I can't even stand to do that. Classic is so goddamn boring. But I mean, like, yeah, if I wanted to, I would just go farm Essence of Air all goddamn day and retire with 20 million gold and buy out the goddamn gamblers in Classic Ironforge and the moat. Those guys need to go gamble for their fucking money or whatever. I can just go fucking farm it. I can sit there for 2 hours a day and pull more money than God or whatever. And I know all the spots like that. There's one in TBC that's basically the same goddamn thing. It's all the enchanter tricks. It's all the stuff that they use for 2-hander and 1-hander. If you farm those elementals that drop that stuff, you are endlessly rich. It didn't matter if you did it back in Classic. It doesn't matter if you do it now. The same mobs, the same items, 17, 22 years later, it doesn't fucking matter. And I know all the mobs in the fucking game like that. All the mobs in the game, every single one that's a dead ringer. There's a place in fucking Mop where you could just endlessly fucking pull. I won't say where it is because it's actually this huge asset. I'm not sure people actually, well, I mean, the people who did the dailies like me know. But I mean, like, but there's this place where you can farm Golden Lotus all goddamn day. You could just more Golden Lotus than you can fucking get your hands on. You can just fly around on a fucking druid with instant herb, and you could just instant bang fucking Golden Lotus all goddamn day and sell them for between 200 to 2,000 gold a pop. It's been like that since Golden Lotus came out. We don't know why. It's just like that. Now nobody thinks about Golden Lotus anymore, but I mean, they still buy it at 200 to 2,000 gold for some reason. That's how MMOs are. If you know all that stuff, you're fucking set for life. You never have to worry about gold ever again. I never had to worry about transmog. You know, I mean, the knowledge of the game is actually what the power is. It doesn't matter how much you hack or screw around or script kitty it or fucking cheat engine it. The knowledge of the game is the true fucking power. It always has been. I don't give a shit about what some hacker can do for aimbot. Sure, it wins tourneys or whatever, unrightfully so. But I mean, what the fuck power does that actually mean in that game? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually raise my eyebrow at all. Aimbot does not raise my eyebrow. Not even in an Apex Legends tourney. The balls of it does. But not the hack itself. You know what does raise my eyebrows? This dude who didn't use a hack, who's killing 3,000 people in the city of Orgrimmar by himself. That impresses me. That's game knowledge and game sense that had nothing to do with some script kiddie fucking hacker bullshit. It's somebody who just plays the game so much and loves the game so much and listens to all the people who play the game so much and does all the things that all the nasty rotten exploiters do so much and stays on the same forums with all those people that he delivers us footage like this of one pure player stomping the shit in of 3,000 people who are very, very, very angry at him and really, really want to stop him from what he's doing. It's not like they're there having fun, like killing the Yeti in Overwatch or something, like May's killing a Yeti and having fun. These guys really, really hate him and they really, really want to kill him, like Hitler or something like that. These guys are like the fucking allies and he's Hitler, and he's shown up like Sauron in the middle of their fucking city to fucking full-blown stomp them for like 5 hours, and they know he's streaming it, and they know he's getting the content, and they know he's making money off of it, and they know he's killing them over and over and over again and farming honor and making a point about Blizzard and all this shit that drives all of them batshit crazy. I'm the guy on the other side that's getting killed by him, and I hate him. I hate the exploiters. They do stupid shit like this all the fucking time. All of my career I've seen them do shit like this. 5-boxers and stupid ass shit like this. Where do you think I get this stupid ass 2-boxer shit from? Watching 5-boxers do it when I was like 12 years old or whatever. When I was like 17 years old, I'd see 5-boxer fucking elemental shamans fucking ruffling more face than I could ever imagine.
Back.
like this, like pulling numbers like this. 5-boxer elemental shamans, just full blown, like living their fucking true selves or whatever, having the time of their lives. And I didn't hate on them back then, but I'm the guy getting shot by them. I'm never the guy doing this shit.
So you glitched out your health using the following method.
But some of the tricks you kind of need. Some of the tricks like the community needs.
During the Lunar Festival, there are spirits, elders.
Yeah, and then on top of it, the worst part about this, I know how he ends this too, because I'm like him. I'm not an exploiter. I just believe in loving the game so much that you know so much about it or whatever, right? So, and on top of this, you guys aren't going to believe this, but you believe probably in the back of your head that he sooner or later dies or gets banned. But no, he escapes this situation. It's not like he can fly away or mount or leave. If you don't know how he escapes the situation, then you're not really a good WoW player. I happen to know. I'll pull the item, right? Falling Flame. And on top of it, he escapes the situation at the end of it too. This is a true grandmaster in the actual true game because he's not using a hack to do this. He's not like my worthless cocksucker, not even worth the fucking spit under the heel of this player's fucking like heel or whatever of his shoe or whatever. Not like my stream sniper that's just some piece of shit fucking worthless ass script kiddie treehouse kid that fucking sucks dick and fails all day or whatever, right? This dude didn't need any hacks.
Across Azeroth, offering
this is true mastery, and I've seen it all of my life. This is why I don't respect hackers. This is why I talk shit and I go against them whenever I see them. I fucking bang my head against them. I don't care what they can do. I'm better than them. I've always been better than them.
Completed.
It doesn't matter if they kill me in some moment with some exploiter, some cheater or whatever. They don't have the game knowledge. They don't have the sense. They don't have the hours. They don't have the love of the game. They don't have it. They're disrespectful people. They might really like the game and they might have the addiction, but they don't love the game enough to never do this to anybody. I would never do this to anybody who played WoW. I love the game too much, you know? Not the game, but I love the people who play the game too much to do this to them. He doesn't care about that because he's trying to make a point about how dumb Blizzard is. But I mean, I don't know. I think the sheer power of this footage, though, is also extremely amazing. Like, it's like the most crazy thing I've ever seen in the history of World of Warcraft. Like, in the history of World of Warcraft, in the history of gaming, really. It's more impressive than the Apex Legends hack. It's more impressive than, like, anything I've ever seen out of Rust or anything like that. And it's because it has nothing to do with a fucking hack at all.
So you glitched out your health using the following method. During the Lunar Festival, there are spirits.
Oh no, sorry, it was Lunar Festival. I thought it was Conduit because there's another exploit having to do with Conduit and a Warlock's Seed of Corruption.
Elders all across Azeroth, offering quests which can be completed.
So then on top of it, after he slaughters all 3,000 of them and makes the point, he also jumps into the fucking sky to let them know that they never really had any power. And he doesn't use any hacks to do this. He just does this, right? He just does this. I've known about this since day one that anybody ever found this toy. I knew about this since day one. I heard about it. It went out in the trade chat. There's this item that shoots you into the sky like Morrowind and fires you to another zone. I was like, bullshit. And they're like, no, it does exist. It's called this, and they link it. And yeah, so if you've never seen the Falling Flame, I've seen it like something like 600 times, but that's kind of a thing in and of itself because it's an item with 30 drop charges, and I believe the drop rate on this item to be one of the worst in the game. So if you've seen 600 falling flame charges go off, you're quite the crazy WoW player because it means that you've seen like 6 falling flames fall, which I have. Now this guy has too. We're gonna mute this idiot because I don't want to talk to him. He's a muggle. I don't want to hear and listen to him speak. He's a muggle. But anyways, he's gonna show you falling flame and what it looks like when you use it. There it is. So there it is. He picked up the item. Here it is. Now a WoW player now he didn't show the full jump, but he showed the capability of what it could do. Do you see how you're basically Neo in the Matrix at that point? In a live service game, you're like firing off into the air like Matrix and flying around like Neo at the end of the Matrix 1. Now this is a player. Player. Okay. I don't want him to find my horse, so I'm going to force him to chase me this way. I'm going to move this other character in the other direction, and I'm going to split up. Darkstark has invited you to join Ang Band. I don't want you to find my horse, you asshole. Hello. You intend to kill me? Now, as to the other person, right? I just don't want them to find me. I ran the other opposite direction, and they couldn't cover this one at all. So now I could probably get out of Apex, and they probably won't find me. Look, if I run to these trees, they probably won't find me. These guys aren't going to kill me. So I'm just going to take the opportunity to run the wood to the fucking bench and just look like what I'm supposed to look like, which is a noob running for their life. But no, I'm just socially engineering these people without ever saying a word or talking to them or anything. I did talk to him. I said, "Do you intend to kill me?" And it's like, you know, he is leaving me be. Thank you for not killing me. Oh, it's a bandit. Oh, no, bandit's hitting me. And I'm running from a bandit? Okay. Well, I ran back to town, which sucks. I thought he was going to kill me. God damn it. Go. I made it to the trees. We didn't lose anything. I don't know how that was possible, but I did it. I fucking did it. I ran way too far, but oh well, I did it. I fucking did it. I'm gonna run to the water. She's got wood. If she reaches the water. Ooh, now that's a. Is it a razorback? It's a pig. Is it a pig? I guess I could ride the pig over there, I suppose. I'm gonna get off the road mainly. Well, I survived, and I made it to the fucking town. Yeah, I didn't die. Fuck yeah, I'm just gonna go dump the wood and then run the fuck back out there. Who the fuck cares? Look, I have so much stuff on me. I don't want to lose all this. It's like, I mean, it's not much, but it's like 50 gold or something. I don't really, or 30 for 35 gold. I don't want to lose it. It's stupid. Wow, this game is suddenly like... Did they kill my horse? No, they didn't kill my horse. I was like, is it all a ploy to reach my horse? Is it all a ploy? I did live. I lived. Look, I lived. I'm learning to scatter in two different directions, which probably totally confuses them. They're like, oh, look, it's a duo, and they scattered in different directions. How cute. And they're both naked. It must be a husband-wife couple or whatever, right? No, it's some fat, old, 40-year-old nerd who's just, like, dual boxing, who doesn't want you to fuck him when he's AFK. So he's playing mind games, like, splitting up, like, dual partners and acting like they're duos or whatever, or best friends. It's just, like, playing weird mind games with you, like, running for the door. And I see you, and I run for the door. I don't really talk to you or act like I want to fight you or anything. I just run for the door, and it kind of fucks with them a little bit. They're like, well, this guy, he's just so pussy. I don't really want to stab him in the back, I guess. And it works sometimes. It's actually so funny. It's a form of social engineering, just being a pussy, kind of, but it is. Like, you just, like, show them the door. You show them your back as you run for the door, and they're like, wow, you were never going to engage with me ever, were you? You're such a pussy. That's what they think. But it doesn't matter. They don't engage with you, and that's what I want from them. And who outplayed who there? Who wins the engagement there? Is it me who socially engineered you to not kill me and take my loot, or is it you who just turned your back and kept on riding? Right? Is it me? Who's the winner here? Is it the me who got to walk away scot-free in AFK mine, or is it you who just rode by and got nothing? And I think I'm the winner there. It's kind of funny. I think they think of me as the pussy as I turn my back, and I'm like, nope, I'm not engaging with you. I'll talk to you. How I talk to them is how I talk to them, and I've done it twice today. I say, do you intend to kill me? Do you intend to kill me? Is what I asked them. There's no implication of me fighting them, or you can't catch me, or fuck you, or any of these negative emotions that they don't want to hear. There's just this thing about, well, do you intend to kill me, sir? It's like this direct, medium level, I'm not better than you, you're not better than me, just sort of thing. Do you intend to kill me, sir? It's like this polite etiquette, kind of. Do you intend to kill me, sir? And when they realize that you're just this pussy who's gonna run, and who's talking in weird. Maybe that guy doesn't even speak English. I might have weirded him out when I said, "Do you speak?" When I said, "Do you intend to kill me?" He might not have been able to understand what I was saying, because it's like 6:30 in the fucking morning, and these people are probably like Danish, frankly. He's probably Danish or German or something, and he probably has no idea what the fuck I just said, so he just ignored me. He was like, "Well, I have no idea what this guy's saying, so I'm just gonna fucking leave." And I honestly, I swear to God, all of that stuff, I'm very aware of all of that stuff, and I'm using it to, being a good Rust player, it'll teach you to just socially engineer everyone around you to get what you want. And even in the movements that I make, like I scattered up the two characters, I ran one in one direction and one in the other. I startled him because there was two of us, and he didn't know right away. I ran the naked one, which was hilarious. He knows that one can't get away, and I ran the footy off in the other direction, so he immediately knows who the main is, because it's like a footy who's running really fast away, so he focuses on the footy. He lets the short one go away. He misses where the short one goes because he's got to focus on one or the other. He chases me and he challenges me and he says, do you have anything? Show me what you have, or whatever game he's trying to play or whatever. And he's like, should I kill you or whatever? And he badges me with a horse a couple of times. He realizes that my vocals are off and that I can't hear him. He realizes that there might be a language barrier. I let him know by saying, I know all of this stuff, and I've done this so many times. I know how that transaction is going to go. It's kind of like talking to a foreign operator on a telephone. You know nothing's going to happen because you know that they can't understand you, and you know that they can't understand, they can't do anything to you or whatever. They know that you probably don't have anything because you're fucking naked, and what you do have would be kind of a disgrace to take from you, because you know that the guy's naked. He probably really doesn't have anything, so he's inclined to let you go. It's kind of funny. He's inclined to do it. He's inclined to let you go. It's sort of dumb, and I abuse that. I'm abusing it. They might not know it. I'll tell it to their face. They might be watching. He might have saw my other name, Skycat lived, whatever you want to call it. I think of it as Skycatlive because my name is Skycatlive with a D, so I think of it as Skycatlive. But he might actually make the inference from Skycatlived that it might be Skycatlive. If he's ever seen the name before, he might come see on the stream. If he comes and sees me on the stream, he might hear me talking about how I socially engineered him by just running. But I mean, that's all I did. I immediately showed him back. I immediately split them up and sent them in separate directions, like ants running from the anthill while he stomps on it or whatever. We both scatter in different directions. Bird out, roach out. Oh no, we're being scuttled. Go. You go that way, I go this way. He can't chase both of us, right? And he sees this hilarious moment where we immediately break out both sides, and I like this engagement that I just had because even the way that I ran was a form of social engineering. I've done it in Rust. I know enough to know. If you stand there, sometimes that works. If you sense that the guy is a shark and he's sniffing you for blood, right? And he doesn't really want to waste his time on you, which means getting off the horse, probably, maybe, at least to loot you, which might cost him. You know? So he might not be that inclined to kill you, even though he's a shark in the fucking water looking for blood in the water. He might not be that inclined to kill you or whatever, right? But he is a shark in the water and will bite you. That's just kind of the plan. It's going to happen to you more often than not, right? It always happens more often than not. It's like 1 in 10 when you get what I just got. Where I didn't die, that's like 1 in 10. That's like 1 in 10. Now, I might have just led this guy to this horse. I have to be very careful. I don't know why I did this. I don't have anything, so yeah, I just need to like go back. I don't have anything. I don't know why I don't have anything. It seems sort of weird that I shouldn't have anything, but whatever. Oh no! Did you go in the water? Yes, you did, and you're drowning. You're dead. Are you dead? I don't know. Get water. You are dead. I let her go in the water. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. All I lost was axes and like 3k wood or something. I knew not to do that, but he scuttled me and I forgot and I let her run in the water. Go back to the fucking priest or whatever. I have to pee really bad. Go back to the priest. Son of a bitch. Shouldn't have let that happen. Whatever. I can't believe I drowned. I'm so stupid. I need to search the shoreline, but I've got to get her out and walking first because she'll be able to see the bag, hopefully. I don't know if the bag's under the water or what. If the bag's under, well, yeah, she'll be able to recover because she's naked. I'll probably be able to recover this bag. I don't think it's probably the biggest deal. I should probably come pick her up just because it's faster, I think. Oh, no, I walked. Did I? Yeah, I walked like an idiot. Put this away. Fuck. I don't know where she went in the drink. I fucking have no idea. She's got to get moving to get, like, fucking Rez. Rez, you. I can't send her in the drink. She can't go in the drink. I can't lead her to... Oh no, are you going to be able to see this bag? Is it under the water? That might be really bad. She'll probably be able to see it, yeah. I did live too. If I died, it's because of me, not because of you. See, I don't care. I don't care if they watch me. I have tricks for that. I've dealt with that before. I've had between 30 and 300 people watching me on Rust. I don't care. I have tricks for that. Where is this body? Where did you fucking die? Where did you die? I was like out there somewhere when I fucking came back. Where is this body? Please show me the red dot or whatever. Show me the bag. Show me the bag. Is it gone? I drowned in the bag. It's not there. No. I best just get back to chopping or whatever and start to recover. Fucking annoying. No, I'm sorry. I'm not there yet. I'm not out where the body is yet. Man, it's been like 6 months since I pulled a double. It's quite fun. Really haven't been doing that too much lately. Maybe the weather will improve today. Okay, now we're getting to where the body should be somewhere. I really don't know where I enter this water. I wish the bag would just float back to the fucking surface, but no, I bet it's under the water. So now we're gonna like take a look. Please show me the bag. Please show me the bag. It's not here. No. No, this bag is gone. That doesn't make sense. Oh, I lost like half an hour of work or something. Damn it. Well, I mean, if it was easy, it would suck. I don't know why I ran her out into the water. I knew how bad it would be. I knew exactly what would happen. Maybe I'm just not at the right part. Maybe I was further over there and I'm just not on the right angle yet. We'll go see. I've got to get her away from the horse. The horse really should not be exposed, really. I need to get away from the horse. I'm just standing by the horse. That's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, I brought a lot of axes, which is good, so it doesn't really matter that I died. I mean, not at all. Oh, get out of the water now. Keep going. I told you to go and you didn't. Fuck, I don't see this bag. Was I out further? Is it under this water somewhere? No, this bag is like full-blown gone. It's fucking gone. What's out there? What is that? There's something out there. Do you see that? There's something in the water. But anyways... Fuck. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I can recover from this fairly easy. One death isn't really that bad. I didn't have anything but axes. A little bit of wood. Some food, you know? Nothing really too bad. I lost, like, what, maybe 2 gold, if not even. Like, one gold 50. That's totally reasonable. She didn't die, so... Alright, come back. We're gonna trade. We haven't lost the horse, which is the main thing. So you have to give me axes. Yeah, we'll give you like 3 axes here. Yep. And then we go to work. Go to work. Gotta remember not to run back into the water. The water. Don't run towards the water. Can't believe I ran her into the goddamn water. So annoying. Stop, stop. Stop, stop. Wait, we're chopping the same tree? No, I don't want that. Okay, I go to kill more blood. Did I sell? Oh no, I'm full. Wait, I have tons of stupid stuff. Oh, I guess I've got to mail off? Yeah, I've got to mail off. That's okay. I guess I should cycle copper is what I should do. The fact that I'm unaffiliated is another reason why they're able to just let me walk. That's another thing. If I take a guild that says anything but Free State of Skycat or whatever, they'll just think I'm affiliated. Look at that. Fucking crazy. Like the falling flames.
Simply by
so he exits the engagement in the middle of it too. He just leaves those 3,000 people that he just killed and denies them victory at the end of it too, which is also a really big trip. And that's all in-game stuff that you don't need hacks for.
These quests award you a lucky envelope, which awards you either a coin or a lucky rocket cluster. When thrown into a cluster launcher, this rocket awards everyone within 20 yards a bonus to health. The amount of the bonus depends on the player's level, but was meant to be relatively small.
But now, it's a coefficient that screws up when you put a multiplier on it.
Here's where the glitch comes in. When you logged out and back in again, something broke.
Oh.
Somehow you ended up with 2 billion health. It didn't matter if you logged back in straight away or after a day, your health would be glitched. This led to a lot of people logging in first thing in the morning to discover their character was now as powerful as the strongest characters in the game, playing mythic raids and the like. This wasn't actually as game-breaking as people thought. You see, if you teleported, entered a dungeon, battleground, or raid, the buff was instantly removed. It was fun for duels and world PvP and winding people up outside capital cities, but that was about it, at least for most people. You see, I noticed just a few reports in amongst all the others. of players who were somehow using this buff in instances. Somehow they were bypassing the severe...
I saw this once. I saw this in the game. I was like, how does that guy have 40 million health? I saw this once. Like in Shadowlands, I think. He was like a druid with 40 million health. And I was like, does it go that high now? I guess I could log the horse. There's nothing really stopping me. Like, honestly, logging is safer. It's weird. Like, now that the horse has loot on it, like, logging is safer. I'm just gonna go... Yeah, like, I have 20k right now. That's safer. I'm just gonna log. I'm gonna log at the horse and leave her there to solo fucking chop all day long, which is a good system. Maybe I will pay for a dual box, maybe. Yeah, let's log out. Give me a 2-minute timer. Makes it a little bit easier for me to monitor just one character.
Zoning restrictions on the buff. I tried a ton of different tricks I developed over the years to no avail, but then struck gold with one of the most broken...
I have to train ecumenical on this other character and get her to 100. Because there's this point where like she can be this heal bot for me in PvE. Yeah, I can like bring her to a corner and I can be like, oh, I'm dying. I'm just gonna run over to her and I'm gonna have her heal me. I'll set her up to just be to just aim at me and press 3 3 3 3 3 and just heal. You know, just heal me like instantly. Have her hands up and ready and everything. It's just like heal, and I'm full again. And I'm like, oh, that was easy, nice, you know. And I can just go back to killing whatever it is. And that might be good enough to tank like three bandits or whatever. And if I'm dying, I just switch over and I go 3 3 3 3 da ding 3 da ding 3 da ding and get me to full. No, it seems like that would start to sort of snowball out of control where I have to heal rather than fight. I don't know, it's hard to do, but in between it's really valuable if you can just get the health back up really fast, you know. So yeah, maybe ecumenical on her. She'll be a paladin and tamer. She'll be a paladin tamer with probably mounted archery, because if she's gonna do anything defense wise, it'll be on trying to get the horse out. So if I can mount her up full health to the horse and ride out and still shoot bows at people and treat them like a PvP target, that might be of more value to me. Like turn around and just full-blown fight them, right?
Features
maybe I get a nice 1v1 with somebody, and then, you know, and then she comes and recovers the horse when I die, and then I ride over and I engage or whatever, stuff like that. I don't know, it's hard to say.
Party sync.
We've seen other. He's most pointedly not mentioning another exploit because it only lasted about 3 days or something. But at the beginning of, I want to say, BFA, there was an exploit that made Seed of Corruption do like 4 million damage to everything that it connected to. And it was like this thing that just spread like a fucking plague and killed everything that it touched, including players and shit. That was the most impressive thing I've ever seen in the WoW scene. Now, okay, I logged out, did I? Oh, right, because I logged the wrong character, yeah. I logged the wrong character. I've got to get back to the fucking horse, which is way the fuck over here. But I do have more wood. Oh, no, this is the right character. No, I'm sorry. So this is the right character, but I want you to quit the game for the moment. Yeah, and just log out. I want to get far away from the horse so they don't make an inference of where I might be. I'll go to this cluster and I'll just farm these trees for a really long time until she can't move anymore. Or, well, not until she can't move anymore, but until she's about to not be able to move anymore. And I'll log in the horse and just, dump to her and then log. I'm learning. I'm learning that you can do this with two accounts. It's not that hard. You need some kind of other bonus, like being able to carry more, or that kind of thing. Bear sex. Oh my god. So I do want to craft some copper.
Glitched out your character, then had them join a group, then turned on party sync, and then turned it off again, the buff would be removed, but your character's health would stay permanently glitched out. And because the buff no longer existed,
He's dual wielding. Wow.
health increase remained even when you ported into another zone, dungeon, or even raid. Now, as I mentioned, people often speculate about these bugs and fantasize about killing mythic raid bosses and the like. In truth, it is almost never that easy, partly because the mechanics of modern raid bosses are more complex than the tank and spanker did.
I wonder if you can dual box Turtle WoW. I guess you probably can't.
As they used to be, but also because things like health exploits.
I don't really see why you couldn't dual box hardcore really easily, honestly. Dual box is how you do hardcore, and I could go back to the WoW hardcore community.
Increase your damage.
You just follow yourself around with a bear druid. You hot yourself up before the fight starts so that the druid doesn't even pull any hate. And then you just fucking... Yeah, and you just, fucking fight on a rogue, and you go druid rogue, and the druid goes feral, the druid goes resto, cat form, and stealths with you, and follows you. And when you need to go somewhere stealth, you have the rogue follow the druid, because it's slower. You have the rogue follow, the druid follow the rogue the rest of the time, and most of the time you're just walking. And when you get somewhere, you don't even really have to stealth up. You just pull with daggers and you just fight. And with the druid hots, and all you have to do is tab over and press one key that's set to a macro to target party member 2, and just dump like 5 hots and start healing on it. And you just press one button, the oh shit button. There's only one button really, and it just lays 3 hots and immediately starts healing. And then you just switch back over and you're like, well, okay, I'm not going to die because just like 3 hots just got laid on me and a heal. And then you just keep fucking sinister striking and stuff. And it's just because all the hardcore deaths, unless there's a lot of really bad multiple multiple aggro, which, I mean, you shouldn't be getting in hardcore. Really, the only other real risk is like the faction pats. The faction pats are a nightmare. There's a couple of other things like fall damage and elevators and stuff that could get you. But overall, like, it's really like, if you know how to pull correctly, I don't know why I never gave myself a dual box healer. I'm actually pretty good at dual boxing, but I don't want to return to WoW Hardcore. I know what'll happen.
Or do they?
I'll get towards 60 and people will start to make very real and very earnest fucking attempts to stop me. And I'm not down. I'm not down for that kind of toxicity out of my fellow human beings. I'm not.
Or do they? Yes, they do. But there are some abilities which are based on player health. There's a few of these. The most obvious one is Monk's Touch of Death. In theory, Touch of Death can one-shot any mob. If we look at the tooltip for the ability, it states, inflicts mortal damage on an enemy, causing the target to take damage.
Which in code means it does 100% if certain criteria is met.
Equal to 35% of your maximum health after 8 seconds.
Yeah, it used to be so good. Touch of Death used to actually do what it said. If the mob was below 35%, it would just immediately fucking die. It wasn't an execute. I mean, it was like a full-blown Touch of Death. You're just dead.
Reduced against
but then they fucking, and all three of them had it. Like, all three specs had it, and Monk was so good when it launched. That's one of the reasons why Mop is still doing so fucking well, is because Monk is genuinely fun to play. And like, they didn't nerf it right away, and so it definitely had this crazy power on all three specs to just erase not only like PvE enemies but PvP enemies if they reached 35%. Now, this didn't work in PvP. It was just some kind of crazy hit. It was like, you know, it was like 20k damage or something. It would just be like some coefficient of whatever your attack power was. But in PvE, it would just kill even named rares, like elite rares. If you got the elite rare to 35%, the Monk could just end the battle right then and there. Which, if you think about it, that's like a third of the bar just doesn't need to be done. A third of the bar's damage to a rare just doesn't even need to be done, especially on a Brewmaster Monk, which is the tank. Touch of Death is still, in my humble opinion, pretty much like almost the strongest spell in the game, because it just does 35% of a bar. Almost nothing in the game does that.
No, I don't know why.
Execute used to, if you were super better geared than the other player, but I mean, even then.
I didn't like that either. Now, 35% of 2.14...
Execute used to be really scary. You would fear it. Because, it would just knock like 30% off your bar. If that warrior got you low, you were just dead. It was there's the execute for your whole bar or whatever.
7 billion is just over 750 million.
Yeah.
How Touch of Death works is anyone's guess. It glitches
We don't know. We really don't know.
a lot.
Yeah, it's
Now,
not really the same spell that you think it is, yeah.
First tested this out on some toys, which are effectively target dummies. And it is really random. For example, it works perfectly on the rubber fish head and Loveful toys. But this turnip is completely resistant. I'm sure there's an amazing far-out...
Also, I believe there was a rune that if you got a killing blow with it, it would just reset the goddamn Touch of Death, which makes you this crazy... If you're glitched and you're fucking wasting people, that makes you so powerful.
In there somewhere. Maybe turnips...
Especially if it's glitching and it lets you do it to full health things.
Created directly by the Titans. As it turns out...
Something about this health glitch glitched out Touch of Death so it would just one-shot things.
True of bosses too. I went to Orgrimmar to kill the Troll City boss, expecting a massive fight. In fact, it took seconds. It was so fast, I ended up doing it twice. Touch of Death worked perfectly.
What?
It also works very well against dungeon bosses, as I'm demonstrating.
See, you don't need hacks. The stupid ass developers are so incompetent in most of the games. If you hang out in the right fucking communities and all that, like this is why I talk so much shit about hackers and script kiddies and fucking morons that use aimbot and all this stupid ass shit. You don't need that shit. You've never, if you ever needed that stuff, if you've ever been impressed by it, you weren't in the right circles, you aren't a good player, you just don't know how to play video games, you don't have good game sense, you don't know how to do this stuff. And I felt that way since I was like 17 years old or something like that, since I first started playing like Diablo 2, you know?
The problem with
Since Cow King, I've felt like that.
and raids isn't the bosses. They can be
Video games are not hard. You don't need to cheat or hack to make them easier or anything like that. Video games are not hard. They're not subjectively hard. They're only hard in your own mind if you make them hard for yourself or whatever. So, like, and a lot of that has to do with just knowledge and repetition. So if you get the knowledge and the repetition down, cheats and hacks are almost never necessary. Exploits are much more morally gray. I still respect this guy because he doesn't actually inject any code into the game or anything like that.
easily killed with touch.
He uses stuff that's already in the game.
It's the trash, since you're entirely reliant for your mega damage on Touch of Death. It did not work in Nerebar Palace at all. You could only do normal damage against the mobs here.
Like, it just didn't work at all because they're all undead. You can't execute one dead with Touch of Death. I don't think
It took too long.
because they're not alive. No, that fits the lore. They probably told him in the comments. So that fits the lore. You can't unalive an undead. You know, you can't Touch of Death something that's dead. Does that make sense? And I think that's how the lore works too. I don't think Monk can actually fucking touch of... Yeah, I don't believe you can. I think it actually grays out, believe it or no, it doesn't gray out. But it does, or I think it did back in the day. Back in the day, it would gray out if you were trying to fucking execute with Monk on an undead target. I forgot all about that, but I believe that is how it worked for a little while. I think they changed it. But yeah, they did. They changed it later on and made it easier, and they made Monk much better later on. But like Touch of Death was kind of a lore thing back then, and it didn't work on undead.
Grimar to kill the Troll City.
Oops.
It's too much time. With a raid team behind you, of course, you could make short work of any type of raid boss.
Any of this.
As you had an invincible tank, effectively.
Yeah.
But that would have taken time to set up.
Yeah.
Touch of Death also did not work against the Aggregation of Horrors world boss in the Ringing Deeps, though I was able to kill that boss in an epic battle by grinding its health down slowly over time.
Wow, and that is like not a boss, it's like a city. That's like killing a city or something like that. That boss is not, that boss is like the size of a city and has a helper of a city. That's not like a real boss, you know? Jesus.
For some reason, the glitch was completely ineffective in instance PvP.
Of course, because I mean, like if the PvPers get treated like that, they'll fucking renege and they'll stop paying Blizzard.
As soon as you entered combat, your massive health pool just disappeared, often with comical results.
Poof. Yeah.
Nonetheless, despite some of the limitations, this has to go down as one of, if not the
most broken fuck
in
ups.
World of Warcraft.
It's not an exploit even, really. It's just a fuck up. It's a developer fuck up.
Simply because of the number of people affected and the combination of both invincibility and potential death.
Rust has all kinds of stuff like this. Like, my favorite one is you can jump off the goddamn dome, which is just insane. It's always been like that. You can always jump off the dome, which, if you think about it, is like really the last thing you would ever want to do in Rust is jump off that dome. There's just, I mean, it's really like the last thing. You really would just not want to jump off that dome. There's nothing there for it. There's no reason to do that. You would just die. But there is this way, and there's always been this way for a long time, to just jump off the fucking dome. I've done it so many times myself. Like, you can just jump off the dome, and people abuse that horribly. Sometimes you're sweeping the crates after you just killed somebody. You've got to get to the ground fucking fast so you can get to some fucking horse or something.
Added to the fact,
or like, you know, or even like a car maybe.
Unlike most game-breaking exploits, it wasn't limited to a specific class and could be taken into
I've seen this stuff before a lot. I've seen people with gigantic health bars, and I'm like, how are you doing that? How do you have 45 million fucking health?
Content.
I wonder what that was. I was like, what the hell is that? It's exploiters.
My only regret was that I didn't get
been working out.
See,
the comical stuff of this is hilarious.
Various strategies.
Been working out, you fucking asshole.
For example, I really wanted to test Paladin's Shield of Vengeance and other health-based abilities.
Yeah.
I had very little time to develop this exploit, which was very simple in principle.
Oh my god, I think I know some of these people.
To make the full use of it was really complicated. I was desperately trying to get enough information.
I swear to God, I know that fucking... I know that guy, Frank.
So they could make use of it before it was fixed, and also shoot enough footage for this video. These things don't last very long. If you want to hear about them
No. They last like 3 days, and it's like this secret that you've got. And it's like hitting the lottery in some ways. You can see how it's some of it is like hitting the lottery if you discover it.
Joining my Patreon, where I send alerts.
A couple of times in my life, I've had stuff like this. Like for instance, when I got the club, when I got this this octave club that's on my fucking my belt. Like, I wasn't looking for it. I didn't want it. I wasn't there for that. I didn't realize that it was even in a drop at the BCNM. I wasn't thinking about it. I didn't want it. So I got it my second orb. I was only going for 2 orbs, and I got it my second orb. Some of these people, they've gone 100 orbs. And that's an example of just, you know, just crazy times when I got something so fucking powerful for basically nothing at all. This is the best weapon in the game. But it is literally the best weapon in the game. There's nothing better in the game than this. Like, I don't know, you know, I don't know why I got this. I just did. I pulled it out of my fucking ass. I really don't know. I pulled the nuts on the straight, I guess. I don't know. But anyways.
About exactly this type of exploit as soon as I discover them in real time.
Yeah, and he ends it. He's like, would you like to watch me catch these in real time? And I'll just use it to make money. And that's his job. I'm worried about Elder Scrolls 6. I'm worried about you, buddy. I'm sorry. How Touch of Death works is anyone's guess. Yeah, I really don't know. Oh, no. I mastered World of Warcraft Classic. I mastered World of Warcraft Classic. It's such a weird fucking full series. Jesus Christ, that's just such a weird statement. That's so dumb.
Hello, and welcome to
Archvalder's Hacks.
Archvalder. And his amazing hacks.
This stuff might come up years later. In like 5 years, you'd be surprised. Some of this information, it'll come up later. I'll be like, I know a trick. I know a trick I heard about on some video. I do that all the time. I'm like, I heard about something on a video 5 or 7 years ago about something in this game that I haven't played in a year. And I'll like pull it out of my ass. So I watch these videos just being like, tell me everything you know. Tell me your secrets. I need to know everything you know. I can't believe you're willing to share. I was not willing to share until I was like 40.
Will blow your mind. In principle, it makes no sense whatsoever until you know exactly how it works. We are going to be making gold from an activity which has never in Warcraft's history made any significant gold, player versus player combat. But we're not going to be actually doing very much player versus player combat, or at least we don't have to. Let me explain.
Let me explain.
You see, in the past, people who did PvP got a currency called honor, which they gave you
not anymore
all the time for doing virtually nothing.
Yeah.
And was generally speaking completely useless. A few weeks into a patch.
Yep.
In this expansion, The War Within, Blizzard changed all that by allowing you to purchase actual things of value, which can be sold for gold on the auction house.
Really?
In particular, the item Vicious Bloodstone currently sells for around 7,000 gold and costs only 2,500 honor points.
Oh my god, see, this is so valuable.
This is part of a component which allows you to put gem sockets on your gear and sells literally instantly, as you can see here, when you put it on the auction house.
It sells instantly. It sells instantly.
On your gear and sells literally instantly, as you can see here, when you put it on the auction house.
It immediately sold. Like somebody's just there buying right now. Why?
There are additionally plans, patterns and schematics, which can sell for more gold, but can take a little longer to sell. These cost 7,500 honor, so mathematically speaking, it is worth buying a plan or whatever if it can be sold for more than 3 times the price of a bloodstone. Bloodstones are the same price on every realm. Plans and recipes, etc. are not. You can get much better prices for the items you buy by using your warband to send items and gold between realms when an item is selling for more on another realm. In addition, you may want to factor in the fact that plans,
I forgot you could just swap items across servers now.
etc. tend to take a little longer to sell, usually a few days in my experience. So how do we acquire these without doing much or possibly even
anything at all? Yeah.
Player
anything at all.
Versus player combat. And how do we grind as much honor as possible?
I'll tell you how. I don't know what he's gonna say, but I'll tell you what I do. You queue for the large, and this is how an honest person does it. You queue for the 40v40s. They're called I forget what the name of it is. It's there's all kinds of brackets, but that one's called the large scale fight. I can't remember what they call it, but because I'm tired. Yeah, you queue in for the large scale battle, 40v40 Alo Conquest or Talbarad or whatever, and not Talbarad, but the other one, Ashvale or whatever it's called. I forget the name of all the Ashton or something. I forget the name of all of them. And you just go run off to the corner outside of the base, and you just every like 5 minutes you move your character a few minutes, and you just AFK. I mean, that's how you've always got honor. That's how an honest person does it.
Possible to make as much gold as possible. Basically, we are going to be stacking PvP quests upon PvP quests upon hidden features to get honor while we are making honor on our honor on our honor.
Okay.
By the way, these videos are sponsored by massive evil corporations. Well, actually, no, they're not. Massive evil corporations just aren't interested in giving me money. However, this video is sponsored by my Patreon, which contains one of the largest archives of PvP and gold-making exploits in existence. So, the obvious place to start is with Rufus.
Can I stream his stuff? I don't know. Is it illegal to stream his stuff if he's charging for it?
In Donegal. He will have a number of quests. These vary, but there will always be a number to do with instance PvP and one to do with world PvP, which will have sparks in the title. Now, if you don't like PvP, you will be interested in the quests Preserving in War, which requires you to earn a certain amount of honor in epic battlegrounds.
Epic, excuse me, I couldn't remember what they called them. Epic battlegrounds. They're really easy to just queue with the quest. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Preserving Solo Shuffle, which requires you to earn honor in Solo Shuffle, and the sparks.
I don't know why Solo Shuffle was even a thing. I don't think it should be in the game.
War Quest. These quests can be done with little or literally no PvP combat. Now, every day, your first random battleground, epic battleground win, arena skirmish win, and brawl award bonus honor. Also, you can do rated solo shuffle and rated solo battlegrounds. Now, the basic rule with these is that the more players in a battleground, the less your individual impact. If you are very inexperienced at PvP and do not enjoy it, then you will want to do only the epic player versus player battlegrounds.
Yeah.
If you enjoy PvP and are reasonably well geared, and also have a reasonable understanding of it, then do everything. We'll cover epic battlegrounds first, as these are generally the best source of honor early on. Crucially, 2 of these, Wintergrasp and Ashran, have hidden
sorry, I can't remember the name of it.
Important mini quests. These hidden quests can be completed very quickly and award collectively 2,000 honor. almost enough for a bloodstone simply by themselves. When you add in the honor you get from competing in, not to mention actually
7,000 gold,
winning the battleground, you can appreciate the gold make.
And then you move the fucking bloodstones around to the server that pays the most money. Oh my god.
Returns from these are actually better than most things. Unfortunately, they can only be done once per season, multiplied by the number of characters you have. But do make sure you complete these quests every time you hit max level on a tomb. It is essentially free gold. We'll cover the Ashran quest first, because it doesn't require any fighting at all. You must find 50 artifact fragments to complete this quest and gain 1,000 honor. Most people do this by killing monsters within Ashran. There's a much faster way. You see these tree stumps scattered around? Just loot them. This is how fast you can complete the quest. You'll need to turn the quest in to the quest giver here. Now there's a small additional touch.
1,000 honor?
To gain an extra little honor here. If you go to this quest...
Yeah, I mean, I know all these quests, but I mean, they're boring.
Here, you can turn in the artifact fragments you've earned. They aren't actually consumed when you turn in the 50 fragments quest. You'll get a small additional amount of honor from this. The Wintergrasp quest simply requires you to win the Battle of Wintergrasp. You can determine whether your team is going to win in basically a minute. Whoever wins the initial battle at Sunken will almost certainly win the battleground. If you don't win the initial conflict, leave and do something else. Queue again later. You then want to do the World PvP quest. You'll need to open the pre-made group finder and queue for a group with Sparks in the title and fly to the relevant location. Now, almost everyone
he's just dumping like so much damage on all of these people.
To tag as many players as possible from as far away as possible.
Fucking warlocks are such assholes. I hate warlocks.
You don't want to get involved in the fighting. You simply want to do minor damage, probably using area of effect spells, to as many players as possible. Or alternatively, if you're playing a healing class, heal players involved in the combat on your team. Here's a trick which works extremely well for ranged players. Some physical objects like tree branches are difficult to land on. More or less everyone is using dynamic flight these days, and it is almost impossible to land on a precise point like this using dynamic flight. However, when you die, you get a ghost mount, which uses old school traditional flying, which, while it is much slower than dynamic flight, is so much better for landing on small areas. This means you can access raised areas that other players simply can't get to, and so they can't knock you off or attack you, allowing you to tag dozens of players at will every few seconds. So to summarize, find a weird, almost inaccessible raise point somewhere above where fighting is taking place, get yourself killed nearby, and then ghost fly to this location and res. So far as I can tell, this isn't an exploit, it is just a creative use of game mechanics.
Yeah.
Though it is as powerful and game-breaking as many actual exploits.
Yeah, bugs, yeah.
Now finally, there's the rated solo shuffle quest. You don't actually have to do anything.
I used to do shit like this all the time on my fucking MM Hunter, which is the worst thing that can happen to an enemy PvP raid. If there's an MM Hunter going fucking shithouse crazy, unabated, somewhere you can't reach and you can't do anything to, it's just terrible. Barrage going off for like half of the raid's bars. All the people get hit. All of them, you know. It's like, and I've done some nasty stuff like that before. Shadow can also be really nuts. If you build a dot macro and then you just run the dot macro, you go you just hold the 2 key to lay like 5 dots, and then you tab and you go 5 dot tab, 5 dots tab, 5 dots tab, 5 dots tab, 5 dots tab, and you just keep doing it until they stop you. 5 dots tab, 5 dots tab, pets, dudes, it doesn't matter. After a while, there is so much dots like rising into the air, you realize that you're the top DPS in the raid, and that's how warlocks work. That's how shadows and warlocks are always top, unless there's some other dot class ass, you know? Like, sometimes Boomkins can do it.
You can just basically AFK through the 12 rounds that are required for completion. At the moment I wrote this, the quest is actually glitched and is counting towards arena skirmishes. But normally you simply have to complete 12 rounds of solo shuffle, and there are no other
12 rounds. That's not worth it.
That's basically it for players who just don't want to do player versus player combat or have very limited time.
Do you see how it doesn't look like he's actually playing the game at all? He's just standing there pressing like a button. That's how I play too, because I'm lazy. I just target them and I press a button and I want all of the most damage that I could possibly muster to go out and send.
Fruit.
But a lot of other MMOs, they seem to want to press a whole lot of buttons.
The one exception is the Comp Stomp Brawl, which comes around every few months or so. Comp Stompy is basically player versus environment. It's basically a dungeon in a battleground style. You fight only against computer players. They are very easy to beat. It usually only takes minutes per brawl. This will be a stupid way to make honor the next time it happens. A lot of smart players just drop everything and do it for the full week. Now this and all other PvP brawls each week have a quest called Something Different, which auto-completes every time you win the first brawl of the week. It can then be turned in Dawn of Gold. It can be tough trying to win this one if you're under-geared and queuing into pugs, so you might want to give it a miss.
Dorn of Gaul, I think I've only ever been there once, and that's one of the reasons why I don't know a lot of these. It's a BFA Alliance PvP place or Horde PvP place, I think, and I've been to the one in Dazzalore, but I haven't been to that one because I played Horde in BFA, so I don't know what he's talking about, which is weird. I know what he's talking about, but I've never been to the NPC. I don't know. It's weird. I know a lot about WoW, and I haven't really touched it since 2015. It's very weird.
Yes.
I still feel like I know more about it than the people who hung around still.
Nice chunk of extra honor, though. Those who don't normally do PvP.
Oh my god, there was so many kills right there and nobody's taking them. How are those guys standing that close to the edge? I don't really understand that.
Essentially free gold on offer here.
I stopped seeing people stand on the edge years ago. I don't really see... I guess the game's just different now because there's just people that don't know how to play anymore.
You can make a ton of...
I mean, like, yeah, at the top of AB, you can't stand on that fucking flag. You're going to get knocked all over the goddamn place. You're going to get busted into the sky by some Drakthir, and then some fucking Ellie Shaman's just going to T-storm you while you're in the air. It's insane. I mean, that's sort of how it works.
Gold in an hour, just stacking all these quests. Though you'll need average luck with the teams you queue into.
Then the bounce trap hits, and then you're just like, oh my god, I'm flying out over the fucking canyon, and I'm fucking dying! Splush! Right, either in the water if you're lucky, or in the fucking land. The bounce trap will get you to the water, but that's what it takes. And sure, you've got levitation potions and stuff to stop and resto momentum your fucking, your downward thing if you want. Hunters can disengage and all types of stuff, and you need to. But I mean, like, like back in the day, you couldn't stand on that fucking edge for like 5 years. If you stood anywhere near that edge, you were just off it. It was a guarantee. It wasn't like, oh, maybe I'll get lucky. It was like, oh, I'm flying off this edge now. If you got that close to that edge for about 7 years or something, you would just get bounced, Ledges are really how PvP is pretty much done, sort of. Most oftentimes, to really crack a battle, you've got to knock a mage off a ledge or crack a mage or something like that. It's kind of dumb. Like, it's never like this, like as easy as you think it's going to be. Oh, the blob just kills the blob. Often it is like that, but sometimes in real, like, concerted PvP, you've got to get some kind of knockback or some kind of stun or some kind of, like, knock off a ledge or something like that, or you're not going to win.
The number of wins you get and the length of the
some
battle.
kind of environmental, something like where you're using your brain as opposed to just pressing a button.
Now, if you do enjoy player versus player combat, you can basically earn quite a high rate of gold just doing the best stuff each day.
Yeah.
If you're thinking you need to be shit hot at PvP...
No, you don't. You can just stand in there. Nobody cares. The whole thing is about getting 80 people together. Like epics are about getting 80 people together, and maybe 10 of them try. The other 70 are like, nah, fuck this. It's a Fortnite match that's going to pay me whether I win or not. So they don't try. They don't try. Why would they? Why would they?
Involved for this is very different from that of a top arena player.
No. It's like you stand somewhere and you wait for the match to end. That's what real PvP is.
Honorable kills.
That's what Battlefield is. That's what Call of Duty is. That's what Fortnite kind of is too. It's like getting to the center of the storm. However you got there. Sometimes it's slower. Sometimes it's faster. Sometimes it's helicopter. Sometimes it's on foot. But like overall, like you get to the center of the storm. You wait for other people to get there and you kill them. That's all it really is. Or you just sit and wait. You wait for the match to end and you get like as high as you can get.
Contribute to a kill in any way. You can do one damage.
Like, this is why season passes got so popular so fast, is they know that you're just sitting there collecting honor in the battlegrounds and in the matches and stuff. They know you're lazy and you're just farming and stuff. So they did the battle passes to get you to pay $15 so you can just sit there and get your skins even though you don't even rank high or whatever. And it's smart, but it also doesn't really lead to good gameplay in these live service matches because a bunch of these people really don't give a fuck. They're just running around. Maybe they'll shoot you in the head and they'll have a laugh about it. They're probably stoned or they're talking to their wife or something, right? And they don't care. They don't care,
To a target killed by others.
They're there for fun. I like those players more than I do like the tryhard sweats. They're just there for fun. They don't care.
Or heal others who do all the damage to a kill. It doesn't matter. You'll still be credited with the honorable kill. Most PvPers are trying to get killing blows, which don't matter for the purposes of acquiring.
Or what you're doing.
Therefore,
yeah, like honor is money, and it's always been like this. I have abused honor for money for so long. I've always thought of it as one of the best sources of money. You just sit in there, you do nothing, you watch Netflix while you queue, and you don't even barely move your character beyond, like, you take your rogue to the closest thing, you park your rogue at the fucking flag, and you cheap shot whatever shows up. It's really not that hard, and that's maybe once every 8 minutes somebody shows up with a couple of friends or something. You make a run at him and you sap the healer and you try to kill somebody or whatever, or maybe sap the DPS, kill the healer. But I mean, it doesn't matter if they kill you. That flag loss either might be the game loss to you, but it doesn't matter either way. You're getting paid out with honor at the end of the match either way. You're not getting paid the same amount of honor, especially if you were playing the match and you got kills and you took flags and stuff, but like,
you just want to tag as many.
See, there's the chain lightning. You can see how fucking nasty it is if you're glitched. Yeah, chain lightning will lay out like 50 people. See it? Look at that shit. It chains to fucking everything. I love chain lightning. It's still my favorite spell in like almost any game. Look at it. It's like the original Force lightning that I was promised in the original Star Wars, but never really got beyond this. Look at that. Why can't they make good chain lightning? This was good chain lightning.
You just want to
look at it. It really does connect to everything there. It shocks it really well.
This is possible.
Ellie Shaman is so fun. I used to really love Elemental Shaman chain lightning shit.
Now this point is really important to understand. When you queue into any form of team-based player versus player combat, there is a strong relationship between one game and the next, because the same pool of players tend to re-queue with you.
Yeah.
If you win a battleground, queue again the instant you get out. You may well get the same strong group of players. If you lose, go and do something else for a short period in order to randomize the group.
Yeah, I've been doing that since I was young.
Sometimes, particularly when it seems like there aren't enough healers queuing for a specific faction.
Just wait like 15 minutes.
Or you keep encountering the same pre-made. It is best just to leave the game for an extended period. Queue with the opposite faction alternatively in mercenary mode, or do arena skirmishes and solo shuffle. Now, here's an advanced strategy for rated solo shuffle and battlegrounds. You don't have to do this.
I should eat. It's been like 12 hours since I've eaten. I'm gonna eat again. I'll be right back. Oh no, I guess I had some yogurt, but yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
But you'll be able to earn more honor faster and for
I used to do
longer
this so
periods
much. I
if
used to
you
go
do.
to this corner, like right here, and just shoot them for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, just with all of my cooldowns up, just like kill, 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 kill. I would collect the win, and I'd be like, all right, let's get the next one, and I would bring people with me, and we would just keep winning and winning and winning, and I would win for 8 hours straight, you know.
At the start
Yeah,
of
you just
these,
do shit like this. Get on your Hunter, come to the corner of the pillar, stealth up camo, run in camo, dump barrage on the entire fucking group when they're all low like this, and you pray for a kill. You know? You don't care about targeting really.
you're
You
putting
just
torpedoes
try and kill something. Like that druid looks like a fairly good target. It looks like the one that he's got targeted, yeah, and I would say the druid's probably the best target, or the shaman.
all of characters
Or the
who have
the priest is kinda low now too.
not played this
Or no, that's
type
a
of
friendly priest actually.
battleground before.
I don't like how the names are red, but the friendlies are green. I guess after a while your eye would differentiate, but I don't really differentiate who's who here. It's kind of annoying. They all look like enemies to me.
Rating is 0. Some of these people will be skilled players who are using alts, but some will just be inexperienced or not that good. A
Yeah.
simple trick here is to switch between your specializations whenever you begin to gain rating. When you change specializations, your rating goes back to 0. Your rating is specific to your specialization. This makes it much easier to win. Of course, you have to play with a specialization less familiar to you, but for me, there's not much difference between playing, say, Arms and Fury Warrior or Frost and Fire as Mage. A useful but important tip here: it takes 1 minute and 30 seconds for a battleground queue to pop and then vanish. You don't really want to be wasting most of that time in the starting area.
No. Yeah, I waste like 55 seconds
To
before.
make this efficient, queue towards the end of that period. So, how much are you going to make from doing this? Well, I have made upwards of 80,000 gold in an hour, and overall I'm up well over 1 million gold. But that's not terribly realistic most of the time. And
No, it is if you PvP all day and you actually like it. You know. Ketchup, the sausage. Ketchup. Fork. Fork. I don't see my fork for some reason. Why don't I see my fork? That seems odd. I love my life. I worked a double and I'm looking forward to it. I'm enjoying this double. It's like a double that I'm giving myself. I'm like, ooh, I get to work a double.
unless you are stacking multiple quests.
I don't want to go to
or
bed.
have
I don't feel like going to
multiple
bed.
teams queuing into excellent groups and doing everything right. And the more you do it on a given day, the less the returns will be. Without daily bonus honor from initial quests, the earnings fall right off.
Yep.
This is a very opportunistic strategy. You need to recognize when the time is
Oh,
right
the
to
sausage
do
was
this,
way better
because
after I
when the time is
refrigerated
right,
it.
You can make a lot of
Wow.
gold very fast. Finally, and
Oh,
obviously,
yeah.
use any items which increase your honor gains, such as your guild battle standard, or new to this expansion, the vicious flask of honor. You can take this strategy so much further.
I can't believe
with
they
the
made a
use
potion.
of player versus player exploits. Blizzard seemed to stop caring about this years ago. A surprising amount of stuff I published on YouTube is actually still working. The most comprehensive list of PvP exploits anywhere by some distance is on my Patreon. These can vary from knowing where to jump on a rock to get out of range of melee players, a surprisingly effective strategy, to porting entire teams into inescapable areas, or even disconnecting them for the very hardcore.
I used to take my hunter, both BM's worse, but BM and MM's really scary too. I used to go down to the bottom of AV, where the 2 towers are by Van. I would go down there immediately. I would just ride down there, all the way down there, all the way, the whole way. You're gambling a lot doing that, but it doesn't matter. I was actually so good, it didn't matter. I would freeze the stairs coming up, just like Call of Duty, with some kind of with a freeze trap, so that if a rogue was trying to push me, they would just get frozen. They'd have to, unless they disarmed the trap, and they're not going to do that. They're too impatient. So, and then you pick somebody on the other side of the tower, and you fuck with them for like 10 minutes. You just take the tower, so they come down there and they try to stop you. You shoot them. Oftentimes you just kill them because you're a hunter, but if you don't, they're dueling with you. If they come to the fucking tower, they get frozen on the way up. When they reach you, if they're melee, if they're dumb and they're melee and they chase you, they finally reach the top of the tower as you're shooting them the whole way. Usually with BM, you've got at least a pet on them. With MM, you still usually have a pet too as well. And you're just like still doing damage to them as they run all the way up the tower to come get you, and you just jump all out into the air. You disengage all the way across to the other tower, and then you just run all the way to the top of the tower, and you just fucking force him to go all the way the fuck back down the tower again, shooting him the whole way, because he's out exposed where you can just shoot him. You're just shooting him. And he goes all the way down to the fucking bottom, and then at the bottom they're dead. If they're not dead by then, you're a bad hunter. But I mean, like, maybe they might have potioned and they're like back up and they've LOS'd you and they're like thinking about it and they're a little bit slower about it. So then they push the next tower, they come up against you again, and you just disengage back over to the other tower. They can't do that. They can't jump out there and then disengage and still reach the other bottom of the tower. They can't. Eventually later they gave them goblin gliders, so that stopped happening. But back then I would abuse it so bad. They can't do anything about that. They've just got to go from tower to tower to tower. And this is how I used to take fucking Alterac Valleys by myself on a single hunter or a single rogue. I would be like, no, I got south. They can't win. I used to tell them, I'd be like, no, trust me, they can't win. I've got south. I got south sewn up. They can't stop me at these towers. They'll never win. They can't win with the van towers up. I would tell them, just fight, just fight. We'll win by time, and we do. We win like that.
To Archvelder's hacks with Archvelder and his amazing hacks. So there's been a lot of recent controversy over the use of some high-profile exploits used by the esports team's method.
I got obsessed with the idea of a rogue stopping 40 people. I used to spend hours and hours every day, all day, every day, just trying to dream up ways in Alterac Valley, particularly Alterac Valley, of how to sap people to just fuck with them. Just sapping them to completely destroy their moment or stop them at a flag, or where can I be to just stop the entire team's complete momentum? What's the most powerful place I could be? And it's almost always right outside their boss room or whatever. It's kind of insane. But the more deep you go into their territory, the more it fucks them when you do whatever it is that you do. Like, I used to take their mines. I used to go and take their mines. That's what rogues are supposed to do. But I mean, like, if you actually go do it, it's actually sort of powerful taking those mines.
Method and liquid. In this
Most people are too lazy.
I'll be explaining how these exploits actually worked, looking at Blizzard's response and the colossal mess that resulted after an attempted fix. My name is Archvelder, and this channel is mainly about exploits in World of Warcraft. I've been running it for 10 years.
Yes,
it
he
is
has.
The largest Warcraft
I've been there for all of it.
Specifically to do with exploits. So I thought I'd share my perspective on this. So, a number of Method players were recently banned for using a Renown exploit. Discovered shortly after the expansion's launch,
I need something to drink. I'll be right back. It was better after I refrigerated it. That meal's so good. I cooked the best meal of my life, I believe, actually. I love my job because it's like I can just chill and eat and watch videos like I'm on the couch with my friends, except I'm friends with the entire world. Hi, I love you. I'm friends with the entire world. How are you? We are, hi, how are ya, or whatever. Just put some stuff on my shirt, damn it.
The bug let
And I can just
players
sit, I can eat my meal and I can just watch my videos and who cares? Like I'm just like playing with you guys. I'm just here with you guys. It's like I'm best friends with the entire world. I can just chill in my fucking living room with you guys and watch the videos and play the games and just do bro stuff or whatever. Do video game bro stuff or whatever for the rest of my life. That's what I'm gonna do. Even when I have old white hair, that's what I'm gonna do.
maximum renown with the Severed Threads faction within 24 hours. Players could pledge allegiance to all 3 Severed Threads faction leaders and earn extra weekly packs using different characters under the same Battle.net ID. So basically you could get 3 times as much reputation using this trick. This message is from WoW producer Zorbrix. We are in the process of issuing suspensions for accounts that took advantage of specific loopholes that allowed faster than intended progress on the Severed Threads renown track. This is being done to everyone who took advantage. This is not a step we take lightly, but game integrity demands that there be consequences beyond just rolling back gains, or with just incentivizing competitive players to take immediate advantage of every exploit they find. Sincere thanks to those of you who helped bring these issues to our attention. Subsequently, use of another exploit emerged.
See, people like me, we just light them up every time we see it. Every time I see any kind of fuckiness at all, I just light them up. I'm not interested. I want the game to be played fair.
Where a player from Liquid, Fired Up, was shown to be using an exploit specific to arcane mages. To understand how the exploit works, you need to understand how the mage hero talents work. Arcane mages have 2 distinct sets of hero talents, Sun Fury and Spell Slinger. Fired Up was using Spell Slinger. The Spell Slinger tree depends on the use of arcane splinters, which embed themselves in your target, causing damage over time. At the bottom of the Spell Slinger hero talent tree is an ability called Splinter Storm. This causes all the arcane splinters to
oh
explode
my
and
god,
a new splinter to form for each one shattered, which launches instantly. So let me show you how this works. If we look again at the first entry in the Spellslinger hero talents tree, Splintering Sorcery, it states that when you consume Nether Precision, it conjures 2 arcane splinters that fire at your target. What is Nether Precision? If you look to the right of the hero talents, it is an arcane talent which states that consuming clear casting increases the damage of your next 2 arcane blasts or arcane barrages by 20%. What is clear casting? For this we need to look in our spellbook where our baseline spells are where it states casting arcane spells has an 8% chance of making your next arcane missiles or arcane explosion free. When this happens, your arcane missiles or arcane explosion...
Oh no, so they all just proc for free in a crazy like chain, like fucking like chain reaction that just doesn't stop for free.
Spells are highlighted. To summarize, activating Splinter Storm requires several stages. Firstly, we need to cast some arcane spells in hope of getting a random stack of clear casting. Second, we then need to cast arcane missiles or arcane explosion to consume the clear casting. And third, by consuming the clear casting, we then embed 2 arcane splinters into our target from our hero Spellslinger talent, Splintering Sorcery. We need 8 stacks to activate Splinter Storm. Now, the exploit Fired Up was using depended on the fact that if you focused on a different target than the boss in question, the stacks were not consumed at 8. Fired Up seemed to be using focus macros for this purpose that were specially designed. I'm guessing the max was 255, as that's a binary number Blizzard often use as a max default for stacks, but don't quote me on that. Finally, to unleash all the stacks, fired up would focus the ball.
I just don't think this is good gameplay in any way or form. I think it's a bullet hell done badly with tab target game. I just don't think this is any indication of skill at all. It looks like a bullet hell that's retarded because it's a tab target game.
Hundreds of stacks for tens of millions of damage at once.
I don't respect this at all anymore.
Now, if you've seen other reports of what happened, you probably heard that the bug was fixed and the whole incident was happily forgotten. But that's not true.
No.
As is usually the case when Blizzard do actually fix anything, the fix was comically inept. Did you notice I didn't actually show myself activating Splinter Storm in my demonstration earlier in the video? The reason is that after the fix, the arcane splinters shoot off in a random direction and hit something.
Yeah, I was like, what happened to... Okay, so I saw it earlier. Now, before he says it, I was like, I saw something that really bothered me, and he didn't say anything. I was like, what happened to this bolt over here that you fired that went way off to the right? I was like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, I was like, what's this thing that's going way off to the right? I didn't say anything, right? But I bring it back to the moment. I made a note of it in my mind. I was like, what is that thing that's firing way off to the right? He must have some link to some other target dummy way over there. And I told myself it must be nothing.
Arcane spells in the hope of getting a random stack of clear casting.
When he gets the clear casting...
we then need to cast arcane missiles or arcane explosion to consume the clear casting.
And then he fires this thing off to the right side. And I was like, what the fuck is that? There it is. See it? What the fuck is this? I caught this in my eye and I was like, what the hell is this? He didn't change target. Where are these things going?
Splinters.
Where are those going? They're going way the fuck over.
Into our target from our hero spell slinger talent.
He doesn't mention it because he doesn't want to ruin it.
You probably heard that the bug was fixed and the whole incident was happily forgotten. But that's not true. As is usually the case when Blizzard do actually fix anything, the fix was comically inept. Did you notice I didn't actually show myself activating Splinter Storm in my demonstration earlier in the video? The reason is that after the fix, the arcane splinters shoot off in a random direction and hit something 40 yards away.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck was that?
The primary target.
See, I went back and I checked before I heard him say it. Because I was like, I know what I saw that I didn't like, but I didn't know what it was.
It doesn't just affect arcane. It affects frost.
Yeah, what the hell is that? I've never seen that before.
Just the same, making both specs completely dysfunctional, potentially affecting tens of thousands of players. Be aware when you ask Blizzard to fix something that they may well make the game far worse than it was to begin with. Assuming they don't ignore you, which they almost certainly will.
He really doesn't like
Additionally,
Blizzard.
There's the question of whether the bug was actually fixed properly anyway. After a few minutes screwing around with the ability, I managed to get it up to 16 stacks of splinters, way more than you are supposed to. I wasn't doing anything terribly clever either.
No, just playing the game, just shooting your rotation.
For one-shot bosses. A number I've heard repeatedly is that this exploit allows you to do 4% more damage, apparently, than an equivalent arcane mage optimizing his rotation and talents using completely legitimate means. That's not a great deal more in the general scheme of things, though it could well be significant in an exceptionally tight world first race.
Yeah.
Subsequently, many people pointed the finger at Liquid for exploitation and the fact that members of Method were punished for the Severed Thread's renowned reputation exploit, calling for similar treatment to be applied here. Now, the following statement may surprise you, but I'm not really a fan of using exploits for this type of purpose, which I'm sure sounds completely illogical given what I do on this channel, i.e. find exploits. The thing is, my goal and my passion in World of Warcraft is to find exploits. That's my main goal. When I am doing PvP or something competitive, by and large, I don't really use them, except for testing purposes. The reason is that I basically subscribe to the doctrine of ethical hacking, which is essentially do no harm.
This is one of the things that I've always liked about him.
It's slightly different than that. It's closer to
do no harm.
He figures out like problems that the developers make on their own. He doesn't cause them. He just like shows you what's possible.
Unless I really want to. I'm finding exploits because I like intellectual discovery.
Me too.
That's always been way more interesting to me than acquiring gear, achievements.
Behind his mind, he sounds like this stoned, drunk, sort of like hacker dude who's like old and sort of out of it and kind of stoner and stuff, and I'm sure he is. But in the background also is an extremely strong mind, though. I've always thought of him as one of the smarter people on YouTube.
Status or reputation.
The way he talks is a lot like Tolkien. He also has a grasp of the language that you don't often hear anymore.
The problem with using exploits in a world first race is that by implication, whether it is official or unofficial, you agree to abide by a set of rules in competition with other players.
Yeah, you don't do
Maybe
shit like
not
this,
formally,
you know.
but implicitly.
Yeah.
Your goal is to prove
Don't be
that
bad.
your guild is better than the others.
Don't be a bad person.
If you are using methods other guilds are not aware of that depend on the exploitation of game mechanics, you haven't really done that.
That's how I lost
Essentially,
my
you might be
world
true
first
to
race,
yourself,
and it broke
that's really
me.
the only...
I lost my world first race because we took like second place, silver. One of the big silvers for me too. I took a silver that really fucked me. And we spent like 7 fucking weeks on heroic rag, and I broke my fucking sanity, and I lost it when the Chinese guild that we weren't even aware that we were competing with them really, because who knows? It's the world first race. You don't know who you're competing with till they show up on the fucking on the board. We showed up number 2 on our completion time, and they beat us on December 23rd, 2010. And I believe it was 2010, I think it was. I think that's the year, is that right? I think for Heroic Rag, I think that's right. It's like 2010, yeah. And, we were like tied all the way to Heroic Alyss Resort, and I remember the fights, and I remember Heroic Rag, and I remember the people that I had with me. I remember the names, Rampage Boy, and fucking Aloris, and fucking Marty on Zephyr, and... oh god, who else was in the raid? There was Aloris' husband Khan, and there, it's like I can remember the names from my fucking end raid that actually managed. There's so many, I can't even remember all of them. There was who else was still with us? There was Tara and Nick. There was, I don't even want to say all their names and everything, but there was like a lot of fucking people there, and I was leading, and I took us there because I was the only one willing to do it. Anybody else would have just cracked under the pressure and stuff. And I was like, no, I like healing and leading, and I do like healing and leading. I've always been pretty good as a healer leading. I know what needs to be done as a healer in a raid, and what threatens us and what needs to happen, and I'm fairly good at memorizing mechanics if it means that I win, though I'm not good at the mechanics. And they'll tell you, anybody around me will tell you that I'm bad, but that I'm not bad at the game. I'm just bad at like being like perfect. I'm bad at being perfect, and I don't observe things that other people observe. I just rush into it and I want it over with, kind of thing. It's I don't believe in the same sort of things. So, and I remember that raid, and we cracked because the Chinese, and I still don't know the name of that. I don't know the name of that guild. I don't know what the symbols mean. I never thought to actually translate the name. I don't know what the fucking name of that guild is. We just called them the Chinese Guild, We were just like, oh, the Chinese guild beat us. God damn it. But then they were disqualified the next day. And they came back. Blizzard came back to me, and they're like, you guys have this, but you have to sit silver. We can't give you the gold prize. They took that, but they exploited to do it. We can't just hand you gold when they cheat or whatever. I was like, okay. And it broke me. It fucking broke me. It broke me, I think the second time. That was the second time I got broken in my fucking life. I let everybody in my life down. It was so fucking annoying. It's like being a sports, star, and having all these people like in the locker room praying for you, Kobe Bryant, to sink that basket or whatever. But they forget that it's a team effort and it takes everybody. And if everybody doesn't exceed, then if the Chinese exploit and stand on a rock so the damage doesn't totally kill their tank when the fucking the phase 3 hits, and all the fire and all the lava fucking crazy tornadoes go out, and all the health coefficients and all the healer problems and all the stuff and all the LOS and not the LOS but the range, all the range issues in that fight, and where you have to stand and where you have to kill and when and what adds to kill when and all this other shit. And we're doing it all perfectly, and we get there, and the next day we're looking to win the race, and we pull silver with some guild that we don't even know the name of, that we find out from Blizzard in a fucking in-game mail that our guild has taken gold, but they can't give us gold because, you know, someone else took it but then exploited to do it. They've been investigated. Not much longer later, Blizzard actually banned WoW out of Google. Blizzard actually, I think it was Google actually. Google banned China, and this affected Blizzard. And Blizzard also banned China. Like they didn't allow Chinese on the WoW game anymore, which is how we got Terrace Land. And I remember how bad that was for my community. It was kind of insane. Like half the community were Chinese or something like that. It was just insane. And my threes partner, my old threes partner, Pap, he was Chinese. Just, you know, it would have been terrible to lose the Chinese, and we did. And so, but before they, like a couple of, like, I would say it's either like a year or a couple of months before, something like that, before the Chinese guilds were banned out of WoW for stuff like exploiting the way that they did, you know, and also cheating and hacking and stealing passwords and stuff like this and RMT. But I mean, like, overall, like, you know, I felt it was kind of racist to ban all of China out of WoW. They all did, and so did we. It was just sort of weird, but later on, they never, like, later on, had I been doing what I did the next year or two later in the next patch or the next expansion, I would have taken world first, and my life would have been a lot fucking different. A lot different. It's like that movie where they track the rings about what could happen in either way. That was a deciding moment for me. I would have been a professional gamer at that point, and I never would have been who I am now. I'm happy that it didn't happen that way. I'm happy that it happened the way that it happened now. I can see now that it needed to happen the way that it happened. But it wasn't even, I don't even know the names of the people who cheated. I don't know who lost. I don't know the name of the guild that lost. It was such a weird mystery for me. It was like a complete, like fog of war that I couldn't pierce because of a language barrier. And devs not talking to me, and people not talking to me, and not knowing who my enemy was, and not knowing anything. And so, and I'll go into where I was going with this, is in 2010, I had a mental breakdown. December 23rd, 2 days before fucking Christmas, I just passed Guildmaster to my right-hand man, Ziv, and I just stopped. I just gave it away. I put Aloris in charge, and I passed GM to Ziv, and I left, and I played solo in PvP after that point. 2 years later, my right-hand man, Aloris, who was a married lady with kids, she got caught cheating. She was botting. And this ended like my guild, sort of, because I ended my friendship with her, and we were the linchpins for the entire guild, Kill It Please, as well as Pretty Hate Machine. We were originally Pretty Hate Machines, and then we joined Fallen Chapter, which ended up being an Australian guild with 500 people in it called Kill It Please, which I ended up being sort of the de facto fucking guild master of, just by being the personality that I am. And I often do this too. I take over organizations without meaning to. I'm doing it on my link shell right now, sort of. It's weird. And like, I'm not taking over. I end up being this social linchpin in the organization that becomes so strong that I end up running it when whoever is running it gets tired of running it or whatever. And that's how I take over organizations, is I just sit there till I'm the last chair on the board or whatever, and I'm the only one left. I would call it the YOLO strategy, where, so not YOLO at all. It's last in, first in, last out, right? I come in first with the original crew, and I stay there till all the original people leave, and then I take over the organization. That's how I ended up running like my Rust clan. You know, I was the worst player there, but I did end up. I was like the worst. I was not the worst player there at all, but I was definitely like the worst raider there and the worst builder probably in all this. And like, you know, I just wasn't doing large clan in a very serious way. I was a streamer. I was way more worried about that. And like, and that's how, but I did end up de facto running what ended up being Ace. It was originally Pen Pals. I ended up de facto running Pen Pals after stupid ass Dog Giraffe ran off. This fractured our fucking crew. And then I ended up running fucking Ace somehow, which ended up being like a 36-man clan with members that spanned all over the globe with like massive success in the Rust clan scene, or at least like massive bases anyways, and massive success really on large monthlies, with a huge crew and a lot of really deep friends and all this. I just left that whole scene when I began to realize that it's just the same old WoW raid scene that I originally did, and I would end up taking over in the end and being the first person in and the last person out. When I met Tay, I told him, I was like, it would be my dream to build a clan between Peninsula Pals and you guys, you and Boomkin. And they ended up joining G's boys, and they ended up getting trained in large clan stuff a lot faster than we did. We were into more survivalist stuff and sort of like killing people with double barrels and bows and stuff, sort of Primlock stuff, and having fun on a more like Primlock basis. And that was sort of the antithesis of who Tay and Boomkin were. But like, that's how Rust played out too. I ended up being the head of the organization in Rust too, when everybody else willing to leave wasn't willing to do it anymore, not even Tay. When I built the clan, Tay took back over immediately because he was, 20 years younger than me, definitely more charisma than me, definitely younger and happier than me, not as molding and old and as 40, and definitely a lot more willing to lead than I was, Because I was like, no, I did WoW raids for 13. I told Tay right to his face, I was like, I don't want to lead these kids. I did it for 13 fucking years. I herded the cats for 13 fucking years. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to do it with this clan. I don't care if they lose. I don't care if we lose. I don't care if we lose these bases. I don't care if we take bases. I don't care. I just want to be here, and my requirement for being here is having a good heart. That's it. You have to be in my clan that I built, because I did. I built that clan. I remember the remnants of it, and it's all there on stream too. Every last second of it's on stream too. It's I don't know if it's on video. I don't know if I was recording that early, but it definitely was on stream, all of it, where I like showed I showed the destruction of Peninsula Pals, the fracture of the group, the G boys era, the reconciliation of what became Ace, but before that I don't even remember the fucking names anymore and all this, but I remember that at one point there I was the leader. I wasn't the builder. Tay was the builder, but I was the leader there of like a 13-man fucking clan that I didn't want to be a fucking leader of. I was running the fucking group. I picked where we lived. I told us what server we were going to and all this other crazy shit. Now, I only did this because no one else was willing to do it, but that's how I end up running these crazy 500-man organizations in the first fucking place. If you're a leader that doesn't want to lead because you have the skill and you don't want to do the work because you've done it too much, it's easy to rise to the fucking top, because everybody else who doesn't want to, they all end up abdicating their fucking chairs on the board. And that's how I end up running pretty much every organization I've ever been in. I don't know why it happens that way. It just does. It's like seniority or something. If you stick around long enough, that you end up being the last member on the board. It goes back to an old statement that I read off of a Final Fantasy board on a wiki, on the Final Fantasy 11 wiki. It's a quote from the Liu Shang's fishing rod, which is an old Liu Shang quote, which is a Chinese fisherman who was supposed to be like a deity sort of. And he said this quote that I'll never forget. It was like, if you sit by the river long enough, you will see the corpse of your enemy float by. And that is how I ended up being that raid leader and that guild master. That's how I ended up being, at one point at the head of Ace, which was a successful 36-man Rust clan. That's how I ended up being like at the top of Terra. I just was like the only hunter that was striving for Primarch, I just ended up being the only one left that was actually qualified, because nobody reached 60 except me. you know? Nobody reached 60 in time to do Primarch the first time on Feral Valley except me. I was the first hunter to 60. So I just sort of defaulted to being the leader of the server. And I ended up being Primarch of a 3600 pop server, which means that I was voted in like the CSM. Like in EVE Online, they call it CSM, which is the Community Service Manager or whatever it is. I forget what it stands for, but it's like somebody who's been voted in by the community through votes to be the liaison between the community and the fucking developers. And so when this happened, when I became Primarch, they were like, would you like to be a game tester for Terra? And I was like, yes, I would. And they're like, we'll pay you like 50 grand a year. You could be a game tester, QOL guy. You're qualified. You took Primarch and all this. And they were like, okay, well, here's an email. Answer the email. We'll do a job interview with you. And I was like, okay. They sent me this email, and the email is just this simple thing that you see from Steam that's like a fucking benchmark on the fucking of your computer, right? It's a computer benchmark, and I sent the email back with my computer stats, and they were like, I'm sorry, you're not qualified to do this job. Your computer is not good enough. I was like, okay. And they're like, you somehow became Primarch with a computer that can't actually play the game. And I was like, yeah, I do that all the time. I'm poor. I'm from the lower class. I look at the floor when I'm playing the games because my computers can never run the game, you know, because I'm poor. I spend all of my time playing the game. I don't have any money, you know. I don't have any money. I spend all my time playing the games. Either that or I'm playing some other game, like trying to be a drug dealer or trying to fuck the hottest girl that I can think of or ever conceived of or whatever, or ever even met or whatever. I'm either trying to fuck the hottest girl that I've ever met, or I'm trying to make the greatest music that I can think of, or I'm trying to like play the games like all the time. So there's just like the same way that I'm breathing, the same way that I'm breathing, I'm also playing the games. And so in that way, I ended up taking over organizations and stuff. So in 2023, right around when the Chinese stole Heroic Rag from me and we ended up running silver with fucking Kill It Please, which was an embarrassment to 500 fucking Australians who try really fucking hard for like 4 months or something. It was an embarrassment to me. It fractured my 10-man. I put Zib back in fucking charge and I just fucking left. I just like, bye! I've been your guildmaster, loving guildmaster for fucking 18 months or something like this, and I'm your de facto raid leader in your 10-man, and your 25-man's being led by Ziv and shit, but like the 10-man's fucking in there, and we're trying to actually take the fucking world prize. We're trying to take the world prize. The Chinese beat us. I abdicate the motherfucking throne. I'm done with this. I'm tired of the ehos trying to ride my raiders. I'm tired, and that's sexist, but it is true. Like, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the fucking GDKPs that I'm required to go to. I'm tired of fucking holding the hand of every raider that I meet and telling them every single call of every single boss. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of G-kicking people that cross me. I'm tired of like telling people that hard is what you need to be here as opposed to skill or gear and money. I'm tired of like farming BOEs in Heroic Firelands with like 3 people, Aloris and her husband or whatever. I'm tired of like Marty. I'm tired of Aloris cheating with Marty and all this stupid ass shit when she's in a marriage with one of my other raiders. All this other stupid ass shit from like that television like show The Guild and stuff. I lived that life. I did all that stupid shit. It's fucking stupid. I remember when Music Box dropped in Eximos, which was like what Uda became. Uda was my original guild with Bagon and fucking and Achilles and Christoph and fucking Dis and all these other like people that are related to each other or cousins or whatever, and people in the army, and my friend Shiraha, he was army spec ops and all that stuff. Talk about him with Bagon sometimes, you know. Really tight crew. That crew got detonated because the fucking Music Box fell, and there was 5 women in my raid dating 5 other raiders who all wanted the fucking Music Box. It detonated our fucking raid. I was like crying by the end of it. I was crying at the end of that raid. I've talked about that on channel before. WoW was not a really good trip for me. It was good. The people were a really good trip for me. The rest of it was not really that good of a trip for me. I experienced some really negative shit in WoW, kind of. I remember when I got hacked day 7 of what was it, TBC. I got hacked day 7 of TBC, and I'm the lead priest in the raid, and I'm listening to my fucking raid leader tell me that I'm disenchanting my gear, like, but I'm in the Discord and I'm not in control of my character, and the raid leader's informing me that I'm disenchanting all of the gear that he just gave me in the raid. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not in control of my character. And he's like, what did you do? I bought a 2-seater rocket. I bought a 2-seater rocket from the trade chat. And he's like, you fucking moron. And he was dead serious. He was like, you fucking moron. You better not cost my raid over this. He was like, you fucking moron. That's what he said to me. He was like, you fucking moron. You bought a 2-seater rocket from the trade chat. You deserve what you get. And the entire vent laughed at me. They laughed at me, all 20 of them. They sat there at 50 of them or something like that. It was like 50 people. And they watched this fucking Chinese hacker disenchant all of my gear in front of them and then log. It was one of the most terrible moments of my goddamn life. And I had my raid leader yelling at me the entire time too. Being like, if you better not fuck this up or whatever. This is your fault somehow. You know, saying you better not fuck up our catapush because you got hacked, you know? Like yelling at me. Shit like that. It wasn't that positive for me, you know? There's shit like that happened, you know, like it didn't happen a lot. That only happened once, but it was like shit like that happened, you know. Why won't you flee? You just won't do it. I'm not the right spec. Oh, I'm not the right spec, which means that I can put on Utsasemi Ni and stop you from hurting me. I don't know why you're not attacking. Can you please attack? Please attack. You're so annoying. Please attack. Are you fucking piece of shit? Kill the leech. 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 Piece of shit. Steal from the goblin. You can't steal? No, you can't steal. Here, Utsusemi Ichi, get on the goblin. Don't bomb me. Don't bomb me. I don't want to die. It'll be a lot of XP. Get on the goblin. I'm running from him. If he bombs, I might be able to get out of the AoE. I don't think... Yeah, he's probably got TP. He probably does. If I link all the gobs, I'll die. There, now it's fine. He'll just kill the traitor. It's over. Okay, so... What else? Did I die? No, I haven't died. This is a good stealth way to chop. Just solo out here and then log the horse in, dump to the horse, ride the horse in duo. It's actually like a better way to play the game. It might even be better for Rust, too. Dual boxing is underrated. You can do a lot with it. I don't really recommend it because it kind of fractures your attention span. You become a totally different gamer after you do it. But I mean, it does give you bonuses in MMOs that other solo players just don't have.
Judgment that matters. Now, having said all that, I do think Blizzard bear some of the responsibility.
Some of it. I mean, you know, they're not perfect. They're humans.
Situation. Let's go back to the Blizzard response here. I don't think I'm saying anything controversial when I say that Blizzard is not protecting the...
Blizzard is stupid. Yeah, I'm not saying anything controversial. Blizzard is goddamn stupid. Consult Bobby Cockdick and the fucking breast milk stealing if you don't believe me.
...of its game by
Blizzard is so stupid.
...taking action against people using these exploits. Because it does not.
Now, and when this guy like takes another shot at them from like 6 months ago, that's post breast milk drama. So this guy really hates Blizzard now. He really hates them probably.
Never had any game integrity. Blizzard has never had a consistent policy on exploits.
No.
To an almost comical degree. Let's go back.
No, it's
to
entirely like whatever the main dev says.
The raid was stripped of it because
which is fine. It's their product.
Possibly accidentally triggered an exploit. Where
you gotta remember that this is the main dev's baby. They worshipped it more than they did their own children. I guarantee it. This is the main dev's baby. They wanted to last in people's memories for hundreds and hundreds of years, long past when their great grandchildren are dead. You gotta remember, the main dev really loves this baby that they built and spent thousands of people's like man hours on and stuff. And the main dev really loves this fucking baby, and they're not gonna let you hurt it if they can't help it, and they're gonna put their fucking opinion above yours. And what they want to happen to their game above yours. It's their product. They can always do that. I respect their right to do so. Problem is, a lot of the time you guys act like they have some kind of, I don't know what's the word, like a transaction with you, and they do. When they take your money, they've got a transaction with you that they need to honor. but they don't have to honor it beyond that transaction, which is something that we forget about as gamers. I cuss the developers all the time because they straddle me with things that I consider to be negligent for no reason. But I mean, I don't fault them when they don't get something right and there's an exploit that happens. I don't get mad like this guy does. They're not perfect. They're not machines. They make errors. They're humans.
Use of Saronite bombs rebuilt the platform that shatters during the fight, trivializing the latter part of the encounter.
Yeah.
Blizzard
Decay was the hardest thing in the game, and still sort of is if you do it current. If you do Heroic Lich King current at the level cap, like Decay is one of the hardest mechanics in almost any game. Kind of, it's kind of nuts. It's not hard if you know it and you've done it hundreds of times. But if you come in there with only 1 or 2 attempts, or even just like 5 or something, you are gonna wipe to fucking Heroic Lich King Decay. It's one of the hardest mechanics in all of video gaming. I was surprised when I managed it the first time. I thought it was like impossible at my current skill level.
The guild then subsequently reinstated them.
I remember when we did it, we bombed out twice on Sindragosa, and this was because my computer was a piece of shit because I was a poor kid trying to roll with all of these trust fund kids who were using their daddy's money to play MMOs and stuff. And so I had this fucking piece of shit computer that I stolen from a LAN cafe with my friends. We all wanted to play Counter-Strike, so we showed up to a LAN cafe one day, and when I was like 15, and we just like, I drove him into the back door. We just opened the back door, we booked some time, and we just walked out the back door with a stack of computers in each other's arms. There was two of us, and we stacked 3 or 4 computer cases on top of each other sideways so we could carry them like a stack, and we walked out with 8 fucking, like, you know, back then Pentium 2s were a really big fucking deal. We walked out with 8 Pentium, I think they were, I'm sorry, they were Pentium 4s. Yeah, back when Pentium 4 first hit, there were 4. It was 8 Pentium. I'm sorry, it was 4 Pentium. We got away with 4. I think it was 4 Pentium 4s. Back when they were like $2,000 a piece or something like that. That was kind of insane. But I mean, that's what we had to do to get a computer. So by the time we were doing Sindragosa and Heroic Lich King and Wrath of Lich King, I was playing on a 4-year-old, or I'm sorry, well, it was like an 8-year-old computer, but I had stolen it like 4 years before. That was the last time it had been current. It was like 4 years before. And it was meant to run Counter-Strike. It wasn't really meant to run like WoW raids or whatever. And so they knew that my computer was like a fucking like a cesspit of failure that would just constantly disconnect me during fights that drop frames and stuff like this. So they were like, well, if Cat's computer manages to get through the fucking raid or whatever, we're gonna actually down Sindragosa and Heroic Lich King, which is what we did. For some reason, my computer didn't DC this one time. We kept wiping 7-8 times sometimes in a row. They'd be cussing me and stuff like that, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm a really good healer if I have frames. You know, I am a really good healer if I have frames, you know. I'm a good healer. But like, it was like, I didn't have good frames for like 15 solid years. Almost none of my friends did, really. My closest friends were all poor who struggled with computer problems. They weren't trust fund kids like our raid. Our raid was always trust fund kids who had money, you know. They could sit there all day and daddy paid for it. That wasn't like that for me. I had to borrow $11,000 directly out of my best friend's pocket. It was his idea, not mine, really, because he was living in my house, sort of. But I mean, like, you know, it was his idea. But I mean, I borrowed $11,000 to do what these kids just sat around and let daddy pay for, you know. I still owe him that $11,000. I'm gonna pay him $100,000 over it because I sat there and didn't pay him for 13 years. My best friend I've known since I was 13 years old. I still haven't made that $11,000 that I owe him. I've never had $11,000 that I didn't deal dope for or whatever. So like, it's just kind of insane. And sooner or later, I'll have $11,000 and even maybe $100,000. I'm just gonna give that to him because I've owed him $11,000 for, like, I don't know, 17 years or something. I don't even know what it is. It's like 17 years or something like that. Yeah, it's been a long time. So again, he doesn't hate me over this. He's a nice person. He knows that it was kind of his idea. I didn't really want to take that money. I agonized over it. I was like, all right, I'll take it if you want me to, but I'm saying no. He was like, no, take it. I'm living at your house. We're playing a lot of video games. It's obvious that the only thing you can manage to do is raiding. You should just do it. I was like, okay, all right, whatever. And I had a good friend who had money who decided that maybe my dream was worth chasing or whatever. I think it was if the stream ever goes anywhere. But I don't really want it to go anywhere. I just want to do my history. I mean, if the stream ever does go somewhere, It'll be because of stuff like that. Him giving me the 11 grand over like a year and a half to pay the rent or whatever, while I continue to lead the Wrath of the Lich King. Not lead, but lead the mop raid. I led the mop raid. Fucking stupid. Not mop. Excuse me. Kata raid. I led the Kata raid. I quit raiding by mop. I quit raiding the day that the Chinese stole the goddamn heroic rag from me. That was the end of heroic Firelands. Right. You know, that's the patch right before goddamn. Yeah, that's the end of Kata. That's the end of the Cataclysm right before fucking Mists of Pandaria. That's when I went solo and just stopped playing the game in any group thing larger than a 3-man, you know? I didn't even do 5s anymore in Arena. I just stopped doing large group stuff because I was like, every time one of these organizations falls apart, everybody blames me. Everybody. And I was the glue there. Everybody blames me. It happened to me when my band fell apart. It happened to me when my raid fell apart. 2 different raids. It happened to me when the Lich King raid fell apart. Examos. It happened to me. It wasn't my fault, but and nobody blamed me for it. But I feel like part of that was my fault because like I lusted after that fucking music box like everybody else did. The greed was part of. I respected the music box more than I did any other item in the game. And I know this infected the other priests in my goddamn raid. I know it did. Their greed for it affected us. The girls in our raid who were priests with us. Their greed for that music box was insane. It was like Gollum for the motherfucking ring. It was exactly like that. They were like, the music box, John. We want the music box, John. We want the music box. There's 5 women in the raid and they've all saved all of their DKP for the music box. And now they're all dating you. And now they're all exploding on you and they're screaming at you in the raid in front of 50 fucking people. It's just insane. And now our raid's dead. It's gone. This thing fell apart. The off tank is left. He's full blown G quit. Our other friend, our fucking warlock left because he's in love with the mage. The mage is in love with the shaman. The shaman is in love with the priest. The priest is pissed at you, John, because you were dating her and you were supposed to give her the fucking music box. It was just insane. And we watched this guild detonate in front of us. And I'm fairly sure somehow, I don't know how, and I'm convinced I don't think it actually happened this way, but somehow in my own brain I convinced that it was my fault somehow. And I convinced myself that I thought that they thought that it was my fault somehow. All I did was heal the raids and sit stoned in the background and just laugh with them and stuff. But I think in the background later on, I think it kind of fixed in my brain and maybe some of theirs too, that it was my fault that we didn't do better. And I mean, what? Because of my computer? It's not my fault that I was poor when I was 24. I come from the lower class. That's not my fault. That I'm not some fucking trust fund kid who just handed some nice computer or whatever. That's not my fault, you know? So like, it was just sort of weird. So like, and then it happened again when I left the raid in fucking Kill It Please. That was just insane. That was so bad. I lost all of my friends when I did that. I just lost all of my WoW friends. I had like nobody left but Kaiser, my twos partner. That was it. It was a very dark period in my time. In my life, I went from like, you know, having like 750 people on my Facebook and all these crazy people in my real life to like going through rock bottom and a suicide attempt after the heroic rag mess and all this other shit and losing the love of my life at that time. I always lose the love of my life right as it's all coming crashing down. It's so stupid. As it's all coming crashing down, I always lose the love of my life and I have some kind of mental fucking breakdown, and that was the first time. And then and at the end of it, I attempted suicide. I was like, well, I lost my raid. I lost the love of my life. I asked her to marry me in a Vegas hotel room, and she told me she liked cocaine and dick too much to fuck me around. Then I accepted the excuse or whatever you want to call it, and I just accepted, and I loved her anyways, and I had stopped talking to her. I was like, well, I'm never going to stop loving you, so I'm just going to stop being around you because I still love her. I still love that girl. I still love her 20 years later. I would definitely die for her still. It's fucking stupid. So, like, whatever. I mean, I grew up with that girl. I would die for her. I don't ever talk to her. I haven't talked to her in 15, 20 years or something. But I would still die for that girl. That's how close we were for a long time. And I just lost her. I lost my best friends. I was a meth addict. I was a raider addict who couldn't stop raiding. I couldn't stop playing games to do a job or anything like that. It was just, like, fucked up. It was kind of like what happened to Asmongold. It was the exact same thing. And like, you know, and that shit sucks, but I mean, like, you know, I hit rock bottom and I got better. I mean, I didn't get better. I'm sorry. It took 13 more years before I got better, but I definitely stopped doing the raiding and I stopped doing the things that were making me unhappy at that time, you know, for a long time. For like 17 years, I didn't do meth. I didn't play like raids. I didn't do like stupid shit like sit online for 14 hours a day like I do now. I just didn't do that shit. I didn't do it. If I did it, it was like on a Sunday after like 7 weeks or something. I've got 3 days off because my cars broke down or something. Let's play some Fallout 4 on my PlayStation 4. Not even like WoW raids or anything like that. Let's play some Fallout. Let's play some Fallout 4 or some Fallout 76 in 2015 on my PlayStation 4. That's how it was for like 17 years or something like that. Then I just came back to it. I was like, well, I really like being a gamer. I really like doing a lot of this. I really do. But like every time that I do, it's such a weird, chaotic, fucked up catalyst route all the way to the fucking top or whatever. And then the inevitable fucking fall, the inevitable clan blaming me. I am certain that Tay fucking blames me for the dissolvement of the second form of Ace. I guarantee it, he blames me. Because I blocked him. I made it my fault. I blocked his ass and tore the social circle apart or whatever. At least my part of the social circle, the part of the older part of the social circle that had like Luke Goblin and at least Zelly pretended to be fucking 40 or whatever. I have no idea who Zelly is. Like whatever. Like just like weird, like supposedly older people or whatever. Like I was supposedly representing the older, like the older, like elderly people in the fucking channel or whatever. But by the end of it, I was like, I'm the only mature person here, though. I'm the only mature person. I don't think Zelly was mature. I don't think Tay was mature. I don't think any of those kids were mature at all. And it's not like I need maturity. I'm just mid-40s, and I guess I do. I sort of need maturity. I can't have kids around me just talking about fucking like I don't know, like butt sex all day or whatever. I can't, I can't really have that. It makes it impossible for me to focus on all this. This was always my problem with the big raids as well. Like the more people, the harder it is to focus, and that's a problem for me. I always did kind of struggle with focus a little bit. So whatever, I just think about this. So WoW is this terrible trip for me. I had somebody this year ask me to go back to hardcore, a really good community member who I honor a lot, and I'm not going to say their fucking name because it kind of singles them out a little bit, but I have a good friend who's or not good friend, but it's like a good community member who's been in my channel forever, who asked me to go back to hardcore. And I was like, yeah, I love hardcore, but I cited for like a page when I was drunk. I cited the reasons why. I was like, the stream sniper will attempt to kill me. Other stream snipers will attempt to kill me. People at the top will attempt to kill me. Some Chinese hacker will attempt to kill me. Somebody else's spawns are going to kill me. Going AFK to play the other 3 games that I play all the time is going to kill me. There's lots of things that are going to kill me. I cannot go back to hardcore. But what it really is the fact that every time I go back to hardcore, whatever it is, whether it's WoW raiding or Rust clan raiding or whatever it is, right now it's like Mortal and Eve and FFXI, or last year it was like running with Absolute Order and doing 400v400 PvP battles for my stream and actually showing people that I am doing the largest clan stuff that is out there, really, and actually doing it on a really big level too. All this other shit, right, that they aren't doing, and all this other shit, and that's, I mean, that's what this was all about, sort of, is just like to show that yeah, I can climb to the fucking top. But then I had the meteoric fall, and it's always the meteoric fall. It's fucking stupid. I didn't want to bring Tay with me this time. I didn't tell him, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna leave you with this impression that I'm ending our friendship because you don't believe that the stream sniper exists. But the real problem is I don't want to drag him down with me when I inevitably dissolve that clan and go do something else. I didn't want to drag him down with me. I didn't want to take him or Dino with me. And I really respect those two a lot. I really respect Dino and Tay and I. Tay and I, we had a pretty good trio going there for a while there. I really fucking respect them pretty fucking like a lot. I really respect those guys. I'm not dragging them down with me when the inevitable fall of whatever this fucking organization and whatever this game is and whatever it is we're doing ends. It always ends. WoW ended. Terra ended. To me, Osiris ended. Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast, it ended. Diablo 2, it ended. Diablo 3, it ended. ESO, to me, it ended. Final Fantasy 14, to me, it ended. 76, it ended. I know all the content that's in the game except for some monuments that I haven't been to. It ended. It always ends, and this is why I did stop being friends with them. I was like, you don't want to know what ends. You don't want to know what's at the end of the large clan, large raid rainbow. It's the inevitable fall. It's not a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's not method where you all retire with gaming computers. That's the one weird freak occurrence that happens. It happens in every single profession known to man. There's some freak occurrence where somebody just gets lucky. It gets to ride for the rest of their fucking lives. It happens all the fucking time, right? So that's what happened to method. It doesn't happen to everybody. And that's why I don't have any interest in this stuff. There is no future in it. And there's always the inevitable fall to consider. This game, Mortal, it's been around for like 20 years or something like that, since 2005 or something like that. I played it in 2008, something like that, a long time ago. It hasn't died, but it will. EVE Online will die. It's all inevitable. So even I struggle to stay in absolute order, rating with them 400 v 400 PvP, and showing the world that I actually am qualified to do 400 v 400 and stuff like that, or even lead it maybe. You know, it's weird. Like, I don't want that as a permanent presence on my fucking channel, because it's not a reality that I can promise for the next 50 years. I can't promise that the Ace Clan can last forever. I tried to explain this to the Stream Sniper, because they seem bummed out that all that kind of like just ended and the Rust thing ended. But it's like, nah, you're a fucking noob. You're just young and you're a fucking noob. And I mean it when I fucking say it. You haven't seen 13 to 20 empires crumble. I have. You're going to see it with CSGO 2. You're going to see it with Apex. You're going to see it with all of them. You're going to see it with Call of Duty, Warzone, all this shit. You're going to fucking see it with Grand Theft Auto 5. One day, Grand Theft Auto 5 will be this distant memory. It'll happen to you too. And you'll be like, oh man, I remember when I used to log into Grand Theft Auto 5 all day, every single fucking day or whatever, right? Like, you know, Go Track Mind 1 or something like that or whatever. Nope. It's nope. It's not a never-ending story. The story does end. Those communities end. It always ends. Even the good army platoons end, that win wars and stuff. They all end. It's never ever this thing that just lasts forever. And if you get a good couple years out of it, feel honored and blessed that you got that, because it never lasts longer than like 4 or 5 years. And when the downfall hits, you don't want to be there. And I played it like a motherfucking master, trust me. When the milk goes sour and the clan started to feel like it was a bunch of kids that were unruly and that I didn't want to try and control or whatever, I just left, because I'm not the type of fucking pussy to drink the milk when it goes sour. I never have been. I've been taught the lessons very well, like movies like Snatch. I don't stick around when the shit goes sour. I've never done it. You know? So, you know, so I've never done that. So, I mean, and that's where it went. So, like, I watched my Diablo Empire fall. I watched my Diablo 3 Empire fall. I watched my Phantasy Star Online, which was my inner circle. That was all my inner circles. One of them's dead now from suicide murder. Like, my inner circle all played Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast when we were like 15 years old, and we had a Dreamcast connected to our televisions. I'm 40 some odd years now. That Empire ended, but we had like many level 100s that were worth many thousands of dollars, with many Heaven's Punishers 99s and Frying Pan 99s. We had many Japanese friends that were just handing us Game Shark fucking modded fucking items and shit like that, and like doing trades all day long. And I had a personal fiefdom on goddamn Phantasy Star Online that I thought I would have my entire fucking life, like Final Fantasy 11. But no, even Final Fantasy 11 is going to end. Everything ends. It's like gravity. It's like Newtonian physics. What comes up must come down. And I saw the end of the clan coming, and I was like, nope, I'm not sticking around. I've done nothing. I was the last member standing. When I graduated, I gave it to Tay, and I was like, nope, I'm fucking leaving. I'm not sticking around to watch this become sour while these little kids say the N-word in the Discord. I'm not doing that. You know, I'm not fucking sitting around. I told them, like, you know, if you want to be in this fucking clan, you have to have a good heart. If you have a good heart, you're not dropping N-words into a fucking streamer's goddamn Discord chat. You're not doing that if you have a good heart. And so I just left. I was like, well, it got sour, so I'm not going to drink it. Hop a game, go somewhere else, find some other new land, find some other new place, wait till the harassment or the bullshit or the meteoric rise and meteoric fall starts and ends or whatever. And it's just like, you know, move to another sunset at another beach, you know? Find another princess in another castle or whatever. And so every 3 or 4 years, I just revolve, flip, and screw my life around, toss my current set of friends, completely change, flip games, do something else, something like that. It's something weird and artistic about my sensibilities and executions. I don't know why I do this. I just do. And so I knew going in that it wouldn't be permanent. When I told Tay, to me, I knew what the crossroads was. It was one day in the event, or in the Discord, I just told him, I was like, my real dream would be to unite pen pals and Ace and bring the strongest, like, most friendly, most awesome clan in Rust to the fucking forefront and prove to the world that the toxicity is not necessary and you can do this if you have a good heart. But no. It had more to do with filling butts in the seats and keeping the large clan going so he could continue to build. And I was like, no, when it becomes a construct like that and I'm just your slave to keep your building, you know, going and all this, and the kids are not even respecting me enough to watch their language or whatever, no, it's gotten sour and I don't want to drink it. I don't want to drink the sour milk. I don't want to do it. I felt bad. I feel like I kind of like hurt him. You know, I just blocked him then and there. He told me the stream sniper doesn't exist. And I was like, I don't have the heart to tell you that yes, the stream sniper does unfortunately exist, and so does the end of the stream sniper, and so does the end of this clan, and so does the end of this friendship. It does exist. It's going to happen, and it did. I can see it coming because I've got 25 years in the goddamn industry. You guys don't. You're fucking scrubs that are like younger than 35 or whatever. You have no idea how to run a railroad at all. I did it for so long. Until you do the same thing for 15 fucking years or whatever, don't step to me. I don't care how good you are at 1v1s. I don't give a shit. I've never given a shit. I qualify to leave 400v400s. I don't care about 1v1s. Never have. You know what I'm saying? Never have, never will. I tell B word like this. Never. I tell B word like 7-Up. Never have, never will. You know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding. That's like how I feel. So like, you know, and it's just weird. I can talk like this, like a leader all the time for forever, like this forever, because I did do it for a long time. I don't have some compunction to sit around and watch that shit all fall apart. I'm the chaotic neutral guy who Jack Sparrows off and says savvy or whatever and says peace, savvy, and just leaves. Are you savvy to my peace? And then I say peace, savvy, and I leave. I'm sorry. I did it to my best friendship recently. I was like, never speak to me again. that one sucked. That was the love of my goddamn life. I knew her for 7 years or something like that. And I was like, never speak to me again. I was speaking to her fucking boyfriend, but she knew. I was speaking to her too. I never speak to me again. I'm not the one to stick around and watch this milk turn sour, become some victim of somebody else, or play some fucking love triangle with you, or be disrespected, or not taken seriously, or any of this other shit. When the milk goes fucking sour, I'll never speak to me again. You know, never speak to me again. I think they think I'm kidding when I fucking say it. No, never speak to me again. You know? It fucking sucks. Like, I don't like it like that. But I mean, my ex doesn't like it. My friends don't like it. They don't like it. I mean, you know, they don't like when I act like this. I just cut them the fuck off and I disappear for 5 years and I come back being like, yo, I love you. I love you. Don't forget I love you. Don't forget how much I love you, okay? Don't forget how much I love you. That's a Skycat thing. I do it to everybody. I disappear forever for like 5 years and I come back and I'm like, don't forget I love you, but I'm not your friend anymore. I just moved on. Sorry. I'm just some kind of weird hermit crab person who takes a friendship circle like some kind of fucking crab shell and I don it like a suit of armor for like 2 or 3 years and then I just drop the fucking circle and I spin off into some other crazy hermit crab fucking fight or whatever. One man's treasure, you know? And that's annoying. It's not talented Mr. Ripley. It's like literally somebody who can't remember what they're doing essentially or whatever. I don't know what you would call it, but it's not talented Mr. Ripley. It's not a thing. It's not a case of like identity theft or anything like this. It's more like I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and I never did and I don't plan on it. So when tomorrow comes, I might walk away from you. I'm terribly sorry. It's like having no attachments whatsoever. You're like, well, I'm just as likely to become your best friend and write a poet laureate poem with you or something like that as I am to not see you for 5 years and then show up in your personal life and slay the assassin that's got the knife that's about to pierce your heart or whatever. And I don't know why I'm like that. I'm like that dude who shows up chaotic neutral who cannot be scripted. I'm like the alien in Alien Isolation. I wouldn't know what to do with the tire if I caught it or whatever, you know? Like the Joker.
Not long after in the Mr. Pandaria race to max level, A group of players.
One of my problems with all of this is I can't strive on any of these games any further than I currently do, and I kind of lackadaisically grind because none of it's worth anything. 500 AKs in Rust is not worth anything. It's not worth anything at all. It's not worth the pixels. It's not even worth anything at all. It's not worth anything at all. Like really nothing at all. This gear, this Octave Club, it's not worth anything. The friends, the link shells, they're not real. They're not in your real life. None of this really matters almost at all. I pretend that I care because it's the most fun I've ever had in my entire life, but that's what I really love about it. It's fun. I don't really love the people. I don't really love the, it's not like I'm some backstabber or something like that. I get along with them and I'm really close friends with them and I love them and I give them all the commitment that they require from me to be their friends or whatever, but I'm just as likely to spin off like Tigger into the fucking horizon and go bounce or whatever and disappear like Tigger. I'm a lot more like Tigger than I am motherfucking Pooh. I'm not that guy who sticks around like Pooh and says, I'm your steady friend, mate, or whatever. I'm the Tigger that bounces off into the horizon saying bye. I hate that about my personality, but in the Tao of Pooh, I identify as Tigger. Yeah, I don't think anybody does identify as Tigger. They all identify as something else. But nobody identifies as fucking Tigger. Nobody wants to be Tigger. I mean, people want to be Tigger because Tigger is cool. And Tigger's a cool tiger. But people don't want to be Tigger because he's basically like this mad scientist, like absent professor type that can't remember anything that happens, can't remember who his friends are almost even, and just show up in and out of the fucking scene like he belongs there, like he's part of your crew, but he's not there ever. He shows up and saves the day or whatever when you need him to, and he is a really loyal friend like me. I'm a good loyal friend, but can you count on Tigger to do anything at all? The answer is no. But for some reason, these people, they nominate Tigger to be their leader. I thought that was one of my real like bad reservations about becoming a fucking streamer was like that I was expected to be this community leader, and I was like, I know they won't follow Tigger. I know they won't do it. I just know they won't follow my Tigger. They won't do it. I know they won't do it. It will be extremely difficult. I cannot herd the cats. I cannot herd the cats. They will not follow the Tigger. They won't do it. They didn't either. You can see it. They didn't do it. They don't follow the Tigger. They won't. They and that's okay. I don't care. That's not why I'm doing this.
Steel mechanics.
I'm the Tigger. I'm just here to bounce.
On a specific set of
You guys ever heard of the Tao of Pooh? It's actually this really, really good book. Or the Tao of Piglet, or the Tao of Piglet too is really good. The Tao of Pooh summary, right? Yeah, it's an animated book summary. Yeah, there we go.
When you discard arrogance, complexity, and a few other things that get in the way, sooner or later you will discover that simple, childlike, and mysterious secret known to those of the uncarved block.
Like that Discord of Rust kids, it was entirely full of Rust kids, but I felt that I was the most innocent one there. Which is really weird because I'm the fucking heroin dealing, methamphetamine dealing, crazy person with dead friends from suicide murders and all this crazy shit, ex-girlfriends who shot up dope with FC and HIV in it, and friends who were murdered and raped in high school and all this crazy shit. Just weird craziness and all the high-speed chases that I've been in and all the problems and the man who tried to kill me and all the fucking problems with the system and the 10 years of mandatory minimum sentencing that I dodged and all the other shit that I did, right? And I didn't want almost any of that, right? I just presumed my innocence again right around 2023 or something. I just presumed that I was a child again and that I knew nothing and that I just wanted to be happy and that maybe I didn't even need friends anymore. I was just going to be me, Not that I don't need friends. It's just that I don't need them. I don't need their commitment anymore to be a Tigger. I'm going to bounce off with or without you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. And it did. It pretty much broke all of their hearts. I know Luke Goblin did not like this. I know that the fucking Zelly did not like this. I don't think, God damn it. If it's somebody that I don't like, my brain just will not remember their name. It's this neuro-linguistic shit that my mother taught me when I was like 5 because she was a CEO. She has this, she had this thing because she has so many employees. She couldn't always remember. And it's like weird, but it's like, yeah, if I don't like you, it's harder for me to remember your fucking name. I can't remember. And I think it's good that I can't remember, because it's just proof that I'm brain damaged. It has nothing to do with that person. It has nothing to do with them. It's my brain damage. It's like Memento. That person's a good person. I can think of them as a good person. I still do. I think of them that person. Steph. Right. I think of Steph as a really good person, but I don't like him. I've never liked him. And I don't know why. Some people, they just rub me wrong. Like, for instance, I never, ever, 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 ever liked, oh God, who is it? P. Diddy. I couldn't stand P. Diddy. I've always really, you could ask my friends, even when I was like 13, I was like, nah, fuck P. Diddy and Bad Boy. They're the worst thing in rap. You know, I knew it a long time ago. I didn't know what it was about him, but something about it. Something about him. I hated that guy. I hated the guy from that 70s show, Hyde. What's his name? David Allen or something. I can't remember his fucking name. The rapist from that 70s show who ended up being the crazy cult leader in the Scientology thing or whatever it was. That fucking rapist dude. When he was on camera, I was like, I cannot stand this guy. I just couldn't stand him my whole fucking life. You know, my whole life I couldn't stand Game of Thrones. And I still secretly, really, really deeply believe that Game of Thrones is not a truly a good fantasy series. It's actually more of a court intrigue series that's guised in the world of dragons, but almost no actual high fantasy stuff happens. It's all court intrigue and sex and murder and stuff. And so that's okay, but that's not what high fantasy is to me, which is why I don't like Game of Thrones. I think time will tell about Game of Thrones. I think time will tell. There's this hilarious quote that Seth Greensoch did for Elden Ring, because stupid ass Game of Thrones guy did Elden Ring's story, which by the way wasn't even really a story, you know, and he quotes him directly from a book from Game of Thrones where this woman is just shitting all night and all day, and she drinks and eats more so she could just continue to shit more and more brown liquid and stuff. And that was the sentence he used to sum up George R.R. Martin was like the shitting sentence. And now I can't think of George R.R. Martin as anything but that now, which is so annoying. Like, Seth Greensoch ruined fucking George R.R. Martin for me, because I have read Game of Thrones and did respect it until I saw the Elden Ring video and I saw what Seth Greensoch thought of George R.R. Martin, which is very weird because George R.R. Martin is a good friend to my favorite author, Robin Hobb. And they've even collaborated before. And they're really good friends. They're in the same writer's circle and everything. But it's weird because for some reason, my favorite author's really good friend really, really bothers me. I don't like George R.R. Martin. He really bothers me. And the vibe, I don't know what it is, but something about George R.R. Martin really, really bothers me. I've lived off these instincts all of my life. They've never been wrong. Almost all my friends were like this too. If I didn't like them, they ended up doing something later that really, 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 like, you know, okay, like my friend Kay, I love him to death, and we do get along like peas and carrots and stuff. But I will recall to him, even if he's watching me right now, I will recall to him that when we first met, I did not want to be friends. Now, we ended up ending the friendship, too, after a really good best friendship for, like I don't know, 10 years or something. We were, like, best friends for, like, 10 years and shit. But when we first met, I was very reluctant to even go over to his house and meet him. I was like, no, I don't think I'm going to do this. I don't think he's my type. He's, like, 15 years older or something like that. I don't think, not type or whatever, but I don't think he's friendship material. He doesn't listen to the same bands, all this other shit. And I was, like, very reluctant to it. I was like, I think something's going to happen in the end where we're not going to really be friends in the end. And I was very nervous about this when I met him. I was like, okay, he is my best friend's other best friend, so I'm going to try to be his best friend or whatever, right? And we were really tight for like 10 years. But then he did something that I really didn't like. And I judged him, which he really didn't like, because it's not my place. I'm way worse than him. I'm way, way worse than him, you know? He did something really bad. I did a lot of really bad things. Not rape or murder or anything scary or any scamming or anything. Well, some scamming, but not really like hurting anybody like real. And, you know, and he shot off a gun in a house full of women and children. Well, full of children and a woman. And I like, you know, and while his thing was way less worse than what I did, I still passed the judgment because I can't really stomach the idea of firing off a firearm in a house with sleeping kids and a wife, even if it is a suicide attempt. You know, I couldn't stomach it. I judged him like God when I preached not doing that. But I did have to make the judgment call when he fucking fired off the goddamn gun in the house. I made the judgment call, and this is another thing about, like, you know, I will recall to him as I will recall to other people. I'm reluctant to start sometimes because I can see the outcome. It's fucking stupid. I could see the outcome when I first met him. It was goddamn dumb. I could see the outcome back then, and he knows it too. He had to convince my best friend to get us to hang out. Because I was completely resistant to it. I was like, no, I don't think he's friendship material. I don't think he even listens to the same music. I don't think he does the same drugs. I don't think he hangs out with the same people. I think he worked all of his life, and I've been a shiesty motherfucker in the lower class who tries to hustle as much as I possibly can and work dead-end fucking cashier jobs and stuff. I didn't take master mechanic career or something like that. And even along career levels, I didn't really relate to him and stuff. And I feared that all of this would create these weird barriers that he seemed to be so gung-ho to believe that we would be best friends or whatever. But I mean, I was very resistant at the start because I was like, no, I think we could work into something like that, but no, I don't think this is going to end well. And I told this to my best friend when he asked me about it. He was like, why don't you like Kay? And I was like, I do like Kay. I got no issue with Kay. He's great. I do like Kay, and I still do. I like Kay. I think he's actually a really great guy. But something in my instincts tells me that our friendship may not last. And I think that's what I said to him, too. I was like, something tells me, my instincts tell me that he's just not my guy or whatever. He's not the sort of person to be my close friend or whatever. He was for a long time. He ended up being a lot cooler than I thought he was. But in the end, the friendship fell apart, as it always does, because my convictions around the judgment of other people's human character has never been wrong. It's like one of my strongest assets. I'm never wrong about these people. I've never been wrong about these people. I struggled to like my friend Jan, who is now dead. I struggled to like him when I first met him. He's now dead because he murdered his father and then himself a second later. And I liked Jan. I loved him as a brother, but I had to learn to like him because he was like in our circle. I had to learn to like him because something about him rubbed me wrong the first time I ever met him. I've learned to listen to these fucking instincts. I don't like learning to like people. I just like my first impression being accurate, which it always has been. It's fucking annoying. I don't like... You know, my whole life I had to learn how to suss out the threats in the wild because I am the softest person on the planet. Do you understand? I have like the most empathy on the planet. I'll cry the most tears like Mother Teresa or whatever. It's fucked up. I'm like that. I have the most empathy for everybody else in this culture. I really do. So to protect myself, I got very, 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 very good at understanding what the beginning, the middle, and the end of whatever the fuck it is going to be. Almost everything but love. Almost everything but my love relationships. That's it. I can't predict those. But almost all the rest of it, I can tell you how it's going to go the day I meet you. It's fucking annoying. I'm not some fucking muggle. I'm a goddamn magician like that. I don't want these powers. I don't like using them. I don't like meddling with these powers that I don't understand. But I have them, and I use them all the fucking time, and they're never wrong. They're almost never wrong. All the time, my closest friends will tell me, you were wrong, you were wrong. Yeah, I was right in the moment. I was wrong in the moment. But when it comes down to it, like 10, 15 years later, was I wrong? Was I really wrong about any of it? Was I wrong about Jan? Was I wrong about being resistant to him in the first place? Was I wrong about Kay? Was I wrong? I have no reservations about Jed, never did. I love Jed to death, and I believe in Jed, like I would die for him and stuff. But like, understand, like I had never any reservations about Jed, never any at all, never had any. I guarantee he'll be there either at my funeral or I'll be there at his, no problem. And I knew the day I met him, I was like, no problem. I know I'll know this guy. I felt that way about my friend D as well, although I didn't like him. I was like, I feel we could be at each other's funerals at the end of our lives, but I also don't really like you. And that's fucking fucked up. Like, when I don't like somebody, I'm the most unlikable person in the fucking culture. When I don't like somebody, that's fucked up. That's like, it's not even really acceptable, really. But I mean, like, all the time I'll tell people, like, I don't really like that person, though. I don't really like them. I don't like the vibe they give or whatever. And they're like, nah, you're just weird. You're a bit of a hater. And I'm like, no, I've never been wrong, though. I've never been wrong. I hate being wrong. I hate how right I am most of the time. I was right about Jan in the end. I was right about him. Like, I was right about these people that I had biases about. I was right in the end. My instincts were not wrong. The initial instinct that I got in the first 2 minutes of meeting them was correct.
Benjamin Hoff
And I lived with the, when I get the impression, I'm like, well, but my fucking lizard brain is telling me that it's not going to work. So I just live accordingly, and I try to move away from the person, and they don't let me. They're like, nah, you could be a really good friend to me or whatever. You could train me. And I'm like, no, I don't think we could. I don't know. You don't give me the right instinct. You don't. Nobody in my stream has ever given that to me. Like, nobody in my community. I hate to say it, but I have these close people like Numba2 or like all the people that sub to me and all this stuff. I love these people, and I love that my community, Aquinas and all these other fucking people, you know, like it sucks, but the names escape me because I don't know them, and I don't know them. It sucks. Like, when you don't know somebody, your first instinct is to not trust them. It's fucking annoying. When you don't know them, you don't trust them. It's fucking stupid. So this, like, that plays out too, where I'm like, I don't know whether I should just live by the instincts because they were never wrong, or I should just listen to you. When I listen to you, it's fun for 5 or 10 years, but then we lose whatever it was. When I listen to me, I just don't have any pain in the first place.
To grind experience very fast. Again, the players were banned, then subsequently reinstated. There are
So that's a suspension, which is a word that he uses fairly loosely, because when they hit you, they don't tell you what they're doing. They're like, we have suspended you pending further action, and they don't know, you don't know what they're going to do. They might full perma ban you and erase 20 years of your life or whatever, and you're like living in the fucking in the ban or whatever. I've never even been in that moment before. I'm dead serious. I've never been in that because I just don't ever exercise the idea of ever putting myself in that situation. You know? It doesn't ever come up. I'm like, nope. If it's some kind of violation thing that can piss off the devs, it's not because I respect their authority or that I'm scared of them. It's that I couldn't ever admit the weakness to my fellow gamer peers that I ever need any help. The only help I ever wanted was free item codes, which I still have a weakness for. I still log in to goddamn Epic every single day almost and check to see what the free game is. Because I like free game codes. I like free game codes. I like free games. You know? Yeah, look, what's the free game right now? Cat Quest 2. Sounds good. Sold. Whatever. I don't care. It's free. Fuck it. I'm not going to play this game. It's mine now, though. Maybe you should think about that, Epic. That I probably won't play the game. Why give it to me if I won't play it? Or whatever? It's sort of dumb. You don't know that I won't play it, but I know that I won't play it because it's not a top 20 game or whatever. You know my gaming habits or whatever. Well, please click on the object that does not have a pair. Yeah, I got a free game. See, I like free games. I like free game codes. The only time I've ever been suckered in the MMO community was through a free game code. Now, the only free game codes that I trust are from the big stores. That's it. pen go? No, I lost my pen. No. Oh, there it is. Panic, panic. I'm always hurt, which is annoying. Because of the bombs. Yeah, the fucking bombs are so annoying. Just kill him. Rob this robber. Did I die? No, I haven't died, and nobody's found me, which is weird. I have a lot of wood, like a lot of wood. I need to, like, log in here and dump this wood. So, you log in. Where are you, GeForce Now? You're so annoying. Wait, did he kill the sheep? No, he didn't kill the sheep. Okay, sit. I have to pee again because I've been drinking so much Canada Dry. I'll be right back. Okay. But you're logging. Why are you logging? I don't want you to log. I want you to log in. Oops. Ooh, I can just passively kill leeches like all day and just make money, which is really good. Let's go do Eve. Oops. Where did Eve go? Did Eve stop? No, Eve's up. But it's hidden in this weird YouTube thing. Where is Eve hiding in this mess? There you are. Like, I'm braggy and I believe that I'm better than all of these people combined. But if you were to ask me, am I better than any one of them? No, they're all better players than me, which is weird, you know? It's weird. I don't understand how that's still possible, but it is. It's something about, like, your own self-realization, your own grasp of yourself, your maturity, your innocence, all that stuff. It's something about yourself. It's your own personal growth. If you've gotten further, you've just gotten further, I think. Large group of janitors. No, that's not it. We want to trash that one. Large crates of ectoplasm. Unduck. I need you to come in, damn it. Yes, you. Come in. I am in. Here's the horse. I want to trade you. Would accept. Accept. Oops, no, that's not what I want. I want, yep. And we're almost out of axes, but not quite. I'm going to give her all the rest of my axes, and we'll just go back to town next time. Okay, good. And we'll commence the log out. We'll get her fired off in some direction. I don't really want her drawing attraction to the horse, so I'm going to get away from it as soon as possible. And we will execute log out now. Quick game. I like this game. It does have weird tricks, like weird old Eve pilot tricks that work. Like logging in space and like using it, just logging back in on top of somebody, basically. That's an old Eve trick. Okay, so oh yep, you kept running, did you? Yeah, you did. So we're in the clump that I want to be in. I want a little bit more apex. Oh, I was out of axes? Yes, I was out of axes. That sucks. Maybe I'll just run back with whatever I chop and buy like a whole fuck ton of axes. There's really no reason to risk the horse at all, really. 50 seconds. So it says I think I should return to Scum a little bit, because Scum is good. It's just not really my game. More so than Scum is another game that I've been looking at, which is Vane. Vane's pretty good. Maybe I'll fire up Vane. Oh, I am? Oh, yes, I am, yeah. Oops. Why am I subbed Ninja? My Signet War. Damn it. I should not be subbed Ninja. This affected my bottom line like quite a lot. I'm gonna go back. I got a devoid storage key, which I think is good, but I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't be subbing in, and I need Signet, and I want to make sales.
Dozens of other examples of this. Additionally, the existence of these exploits is largely down to laziness and corporate greed. Blizzard were told about the exploit potential of the methods mentioned in this video by beta testers months ago. Like virtually all bug reports, they chose to ignore them. They are taking action now because there is a social media storm, which is really the only thing they respond to, apart from exploit videos on this channel and by other similar YouTubers. At the same time, there are literally dozens of major damage and other exploits that could and probably are being used by raiders in the race to world first. Some of these have literally been in the game for multiple expansions.
This is like Legion. Yeah, this is way back in Legion.
So, I mean, things that go back to Wrath. There is just a failure of competence when it comes to game design. The Splinter Storm exploit is one of a long string of exploits where poor coding caused secondary targets to apply to a different target.
Yeah, like which is like that Warlock problem with the Seed of Corruption that hit for like 4 million. It would kill anything in the game, pretty much.
Focusing. These effects have been wiping players in Mythic Dungeons to constant complaint for several expansions now. This isn't down, of course, to individual employees. They are overworked and underpaid, and Microsoft just sacked a whole load of them, putting additional pressure on the workforce. So it's not surprising this type of thing occurs. It is mainly the fault of an accountancy-based cost-cutting mentality supposedly designed to maximize shareholder value, though I think if you look at the statistics, you'll find that it rarely does actually maximize shareholder value. Now, I mention all this because very often defenders of Blizzard will say something along the lines of the game is very complex and it's impossible to prevent exploits appearing. Technically, that's true, but with the application of some common sense measures, Blizzard would mostly eliminate the vast majority of bugs that occur within the game. First and foremost, it would be common sense to listen to the reports of the players who devote their time and energy to finding bugs for you and then write them up for you. That's not difficult. Similarly, when you introduce new player abilities that have in the past repeatedly caused problems from patch to patch, from expansion to expansion, maybe check those abilities don't have the same flaw that occurred previously. Blizzard just don't do this. Now, you may wonder why I'm giving Blizzard advice that could technically put me out of a job. And the reason is I'm 150% certain that they won't listen or do anything about any of it. I'm just talking about this because I do believe they have some culpability in what's transpired.
They do. Some of their ineptitude is...
So if you've got this far...
But I mean, you guys spend all day, there's like millions of you, and you spend all day trying to crack all through their little cracks and all through their little, like you know, all their little, like, loopholes and stuff. They're just somebody trying to provide you a product. I have some sympathy to them. You guys treat them like they're the principal, and you're the kids, and you have to, like, get one over on Principal Skinner, and I have some sympathy for them. They're actually more kind of like a hot dog vendor on the corner. But we treat them like they're Principal Skinner and we're Bart Simpson, and that's not really fair to them. They're just a hot dog vendor, you know. Maybe they sell video games instead of hot dogs, but that's all they really are. They're not a hot dog vendor. They are an artist. You know, they're artists and they're selling their art in an art gallery, you know. And we treat them like they're some kind of principal, and we're the punk ass Bart Simpson that hates them or whatever. And like that's not really appropriate with Blizzard. I do it all the time, but I've got my personal gripes with them, you know. Like it's a little bit different. I got a response from this guy.
You have a real passion.
There's a new Jim Sterling. We're definitely going to watch that. But I was actually on a trip for this WoW count thing.
Why, after 20 years, are Twinks suddenly being banned?
I know.
The players in question claim to have done nothing.
Now, so I'm sorry. So which one were we actually on though? Was it that last one? Oh yeah, the exploit drama. We finished it though. So but we didn't finish this one.
That violates the terms and conditions, while others have suggested exploits are being used. First, it is important to understand Blizzard have made no official statement on this, so despite the many accusations leveled at players who have been banned, we do not actually know. So anyone commenting on this issue is speculating. I'm going to offer my own take on this here, which is also speculative, but it is informed speculation. As someone who has been an enthusiastic amateur twink since the start of World of Warcraft and the owner of Blizzard's largest exploit channel on YouTube, I have more direct experience of how and why Blizzard issue bans than most people. So, to start with, it is apparent that while thousands of people have been banned, most twinks have not.
No.
This has led to the conclusion that twinks who have been banned are, quotes, doing something, i.e. some exploit or other. Now, I was immediately suspicious of those claims because as an open member of the exploit community, my network is just not giving me that feedback. We are not being disproportionately affected. I'd add that the comments of those who have been banned are not consistent with the type of comments you see from members of the exploit community when they themselves are banned. Generally speaking, we're actually quite proud of it. And we see bans as something inevitable that can't really be avoided. We just accept it and move on. Now, having said that, there are indeed multiple things which could be considered exploits associated with twinking. Most twinks do not use exploits, at least knowingly,
No.
but some techniques fall into grey areas. It has
Gliders.
been suggested in
Gliders.
particular that a method I demonstrated in an earlier video of mine here,
Gliders.
involving the use of multiple accounts and multiple
And
characters,
queuing, yeah.
to bypass a penalty players grouped with a twink receive in dungeons, is responsible for the bans. I tend to doubt it. There are not that many players who have multiple accounts. The technique in question is often difficult to implement, and only a small minority of twinks would have the skills and patience necessary to pull it off. You have to remember that of all the people that watch my videos, only a tiny minority actually use them. Most people are just too scared to use exploits at all.
Yep.
Moreover, and this is really important, Blizzard have never shown any ability to detect any specific exploit in World of Warcraft. There seems to be a general assumption that Blizzard
That we have to tell them about it.
simply track and detect any exploit that occurs in their game. This is not and has never been the case. Similarly, they don't have the will or the ability to detect boosting activity, which obviously is running rampant in other areas of the game, such as PvP, completely unchecked. Traditionally, Blizzard relied on player reports to detect exploitative activity, and they followed this up with an investigation by a games master, an employee of Blizzard, who would enter the game and monitor the activity in question, and then issue a penalty to the player in question if necessary. But recently, Blizzard laid off a lot of staff and are increasingly reliant on automated systems to detect exploitative actions by players. This technology is extremely crude. It predates modern artificial intelligence, and in any case, even the most sophisticated AI cannot detect exploits. I know because I spent a lot of money finding that out. The systems Blizzard use still respond to player reports, but without checking to see if the reported player in question has done anything wrong. This has been demonstrated multiple times by various high-profile players. In addition, Blizzard check for volume of play. You can simply be banned for playing too much, regardless of what you do. Last year, the YouTuber Erosium was banned for no reason. We know it was for no reason, because after a lengthy campaign, we managed to get his account reinstated, and Blizzard issued an apology. Sadly, multiple other players were banned for the same reasons, and did manage to get their accounts restored. Read through the comments section on my video about Erosium's situation, and you will see how many people this affected. So that ultimately is likely the reason why these twink players got banned. To protect yourself from bans, my recommendation is simple. Just don't play marathon sessions whilst twinking or doing anything in World of Warcraft. There is probably some amount of play which triggers a switch that causes Blizzard to restrict accounts. Note that most people working at Blizzard are not gamers and have a very conservative idea of what a normal amount of play actually is. In addition to avoiding marathon sessions, it is a good idea to break up your play. Don't do dungeons, say, exclusively, or play exclusively on one character. It is difficult to be certain, but without being an insider at Blizzard, this does seem to reset the system to some extent. Just a word on etiquette in dungeons. A lot of twinks can be really obnoxious with this. Just quit doing that, okay? Wait for people, show some basic respect, make sure everybody's chilled out about you speed running. Just don't be a dick, okay? That way you minimize player reports and you just make the player experience a lot better for everyone.
I liked how he ended it. See, he ended it on a really positive note.
This is one of the most important videos I've ever made. In this video, I will be going into some depth, much more so than I ever have before, into some of the hardcore trading and gold making strategies that I have successfully employed in sports betting, casino gambling, and investment. Trading on the auction house successfully, as the approaches I'm going to show you will allow you to do, will make you gold so much faster than any conventional form of gold farming. Indeed, it is possible to make enough gold to live on in real life with RMT if you actually choose to do that. In this video, I present a complete strategy for playing the auction house that you can enjoy for free. However, I discuss more specific gold making approaches, and I will be publishing these calculator tools on my Patreon. These greatly simplify the approaches I'm going to be explaining. They do make the execution much easier. Okay, so let's get straight into it. First, let's talk about the efficiency of the market. This is really important to understand because the efficiency of a market tells you what you're up against.
Yeah.
100% efficient market would be one where everything is priced at its true value. In such a market, it is impossible to make money by trading. You simply get exactly what you pay for. By contrast, a highly inefficient market is one where items will often be priced above or below their true value, and a knowledgeable trader can clean up. The WoW auction house is quite inefficient. The main reason for this is that for many players, the value of items they want to acquire or sell is below that which is a meaningful amount of gold to them. The barrier to entry is also very low. To speculate on the financial markets, there are severe financial barriers that weed out a lot of people that don't know what they are doing. With Warcraft, anyone can play the auction house for $10 a month. You can take this logic further and observe that the lower the price of an item traded